two of them entering a deal, but we should figure it out. Stalin here is the groom and Hitler is the bride. Essentially, what Hitler said was, listen, Mr. Stalin, we both want Poland. Why don't we both simply divide Poland up between us, and we'll have a non-aggression pact and we won't attack each other? Stalin foolishly said, that sounds great. And in fact, that's exactly what they did. I'll show you the map in the second slide. Hitler would hang on to it for 2 years. You're shaking your head. Are you shaking your head in amazement, or are you shaking your head? How can you say something like that? So interpretations. There are many interpretations. There are other historians say that Stalin caught totally off guard in 1941, but I don't want to go there because this will be a graduate seminar. And then once Hitler had taken over Western Europe, France and Spain was neutral, and all of Western Europe, with the exception of England, was taken over. Then he could go back and attack Hitler, which is in fact what he did. So this is the partition of Poland, hapless Poland, which had just been resurrected as a state in 1918. You recall that it was cynically divided up in the 18th century by Germany, Austria, and Russia, and wiped off the face of the earth for almost 150 years. What happens is Germany invades from the west, and they took over the Poznan region. This blue area belongs to Germany. And then the Soviet Union invades from the east, and they take over Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, the Baltic states, and part of southern Poland, eastern Galicia in particular. And then this green area, very important for the history of the Holocaust, Hitler renames it. It belongs to Germany. He calls it the general government. For some reason, they use the French term, General Gouvernement, and it's not clear to anyone what exactly Hitler has in mind. This blue area had a lot of ethnic Germans in it, Volksdeutsche, and so he expelled Jews from here into the general government, and then eventually he would ghettoize them in cities in this region, and later build the concentration camps there. But for the time being, in 1939, it was just set aside as some kind of general administrative territory. During this time, the Jews are concentrated in ghettos, and there's obviously a lot to say about the nature of ghetto life. I'll just point out a few kind of interesting historical perspectives. It's a myth that the ghettos were all closed with walls. In fact, most were not. Most had simply open streets like we have here in America. You could walk straight out of the ghetto on one of 20, 30 streets at any point. However, there was a much more effective border around most of the ghettos, and that was the so-called schmaltzovniki, or the greasy ones, as they were known. And these are the non-Jews who made a living out of denouncing Jews trying to escape the ghetto. And if a Jew tried to walk out, they would shake them down for a bribe, and if they refused, then they would simply turn them over to one of the Germans or one of the so-called Hilfswillige, the volunteers who assisted them in their nefarious tasks. And so most of the ghettos were not actually sealed. They were places of tremendous privation. Emmanuel Ringelblum, who was a historian active in the Warsaw Ghetto, he established an organization called Oneg Shabbat, which was devoted to the task of chronicling in a historical and in a sophisticated scientific manner what was life in the ghetto like. He estimated that in the fall of 1941, there were 14 people for every square meter of residential space in the ghetto of Warsaw. A square meter is about the size of this table here, and that meant that you had theoretically people sleeping on bunks on top of each other, and how many people sleeping outdoors. He also estimated in May of that year 150 people a day were dying of typhus. Bodies were simply left in the street. The Chevra Kadisha could not keep up with it by far. They were simply burying Jews in open pits, an absolutely horrific time. There were two different kinds of ghetto mentality, and this is something that I wish we had more time to go into it. The Nazis had, ironically, a very chaotic bureaucracy. When you look at their internal documentation, they're great at keeping track of things and record keeping and reporting, but they did not have clear directives from Hitler on many key ideas as to what exactly they were supposed to do. Hitler preferred to encourage people to take radical steps, And he rarely issued guidelines. He simply encouraged individuals, and that created a ratchet effect where if you wanted to rise in status, you would propose and enact something that was incredibly brutal, and Hitler would give you the nod, and you would get more status within the regime. So one of those things that was left unclear is what exactly are the Jews supposed to do in the ghetto? There were two philosophies that eventually developed. One was the so-called attritionist school, which is exemplified by Warsaw, where the people who were in charge of the ghetto, the Nazis in charge, believed that the ghetto was simply a holding place to allow Jews to starve. Jews were given rations in the ghetto. An adult male Jew in the ghetto could get 150 calories a day in ration cards. That's absolutely ridiculous. That's like a soda is something like that. Poles were given 750 calories a day, but they, of course, had the advantage that they had freedom of movement, relative freedom of movement. They could go to the farms, they could buy food on their own, and so on. Jews were resorted to all kinds of smuggling, particularly through children and so on, just to get even the most elemental scraps of food. The other kind of ghetto, which we see in Łódź in particular, were so-called productionist ghettos, where those who were in charge of those ghettos felt that, well, no, that doesn't make sense that the Jews should be left here to die. They are a resource. So the Jews in those ghettos were primarily used as slave laborers. And they set up an entirely different culture than Warsaw, where everything revolved around the incredibly valuable work permit. If you had a work permit, then you and your family had some protection, at least temporarily. Ultimately, of course, the end of all the ghettos was the gas chamber. And that's something that we'll get to in a moment. The big change happened in June of 1941, June 22nd to be precise. It's perhaps the most important date in the entire history of the Holocaust. Not September 1st, 1939, the start of the war, not even 1933 when Hitler came to power. Did I say something wrong? Okay, make it quick, please. Yes. Based on our unique personal version of language, also known as our video letters. So you may sometimes notice. I don't think they made distinctions in terms of who was religious or who was not. The ghettos were just geographic, like Yellowstone. And religious Jews, non-religious Jews, all lumped in together. Hitler had no concern whatsoever for religion as a determinant of Jewish identity. It was entirely racial. If you had three Jewish parents who were full Jews, three Jewish parents, sounds like today, three Jewish grandparents who were full Jew, if you had three Jewish grandparents, you were a full Jew. Didn't matter whether it was maternal or not, of course. If you had two Jewish grandparents, you were a Mischling of the Erste Grade, right? Mischling, first degree, like a mixed race. If you had one Jewish grandparent, you were a mixed race, second degree. And if you were a mixed race, second degree, you were killed in the camps. And it had nothing to do with whether you were converted, whether you were married a non-Jew, all irrelevant. Mischling, yes, mixed race. So Operation Barbarossa, that was the name that Hitler used for his double crossing of Stalin. And what he did was, in a surprise attack that was extremely successful, Hitler marched into the Soviet Union. This entire orange area is former Soviet territory, where Hitler simply drove right over these borders, and Stalin was caught totally off guard. He had no troops in place, and Hitler got right to the very borders of St. Petersburg, Leningrad. It was put under siege. He got within a reasonable distance of Moscow, and he held that territory quite late until finally, in 1943, the battle was turned at Stalingrad, and then that will be relevant for Hannah Sanish, which we'll get to in a moment. Why Barbarossa is so crucial for the Holocaust, as distinct from World War II, is because Hitler set out 4 mobile police battalions called Einsatzgruppen, A, B, C, and D. And these were made up of soldiers who were not fit for frontline duty. A little bit older, a little bit overweight, eyeglasses, flat-footed, whatever it is. Their job was not to fight the Red Army. They were not Wehrmacht. their job was to go to all the Städtlach, the little Jewish towns, to round up all of the Jews, and as well communists, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, anyone who was on that blacklist, march them out to ravines and then kill them by machine gun fire. Approximately 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed in this manner, including my own family, and I'm sure the family of many of yours who came from Eastern Europe. And this, the Einsatzgruppen murders lasted from the summer of 1941 through the summer of 1942. However, Hitler moved from that otherwise successful murder plan to something even more devious. Here's some picture of the Einsatzgruppen murders. It's actually a stage shot, but I'm going to. Right, I can only mention so many things. The Einsatzgruppen, or the special commando squads, although they were efficient, it was very costly psychologically. They were constantly getting drunk. They were getting triple rations of vodka. They were outsourcing the work to native Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Latvians to do it for them. And they were constantly being turned over. I mean, it's hard, if you can imagine, murdering people day in and day out and watching the murder process. Reading in the archives about one, Christopher Browning actually quotes this in his book, about, this one Einsatzgruppen member said he found it very hard to kill mothers and children at the same time. He felt that was really cruel. So what he did was he would always kill the children first so that the mothers wouldn't see their children die. And that was his idea of ordinary people, ordinary men. Ordinary men. Sure, that's very good. So Hitler moves on. I'm going to skip past this. This is very important. Well, yeah, not enough time. I'll have to talk about this now. So what happens is, in January of 1942, Hitler convenes an extremely important conference. Eichmann took the minutes, so we have a detailed record of it. It was at the resort town of Wannsee, north of Berlin, so it's called the Wannsee Conference. And at this conference, the shortcomings of the Einsatzgruppen murders are discussed, and the Nazis decide to adopt a new experimental method of murder that had been pioneered in late 1941 at an experimental camp called Treblinka, where instead of bringing the murderers to the Jews and then machine gunning them, they would instead collect the Jews in these factory-like death establishments. The German term was Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps. Vernichtung means to make into nothing. And they were distinct from the so-called Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, in that the concentration camps which had existed since the 1930s were designed for political prisoners, people that Hitler didn't like, mainly non-Jews, and although the conditions there were incredibly brutal, people died of malnutrition, of abuse, they were not designed specifically to kill people. They were designed like prisons. Awful ones, but prisons. Yes, exactly. All kinds of people didn't like. The Vernichtungslager, however, were quite different. They were designed to process death. They were designed to collect living people and turn them into dead people as fast as possible, which is one of the most chilling aspects of the Holocaust that makes it qualitatively different from any other genocide that had happened heretofore. Most other genocides are opportunistic. They don't use modern technology. They don't put kind of like Prussian thinking into designing it in the most efficient way. There's a certain element of passion involved. This was basically, BMW, drawn electronics kind of thinking applied to the murder process, and that's what made it so devastating. 6 of these camps were set up ultimately: Treblinka, Auschwitz, Sobibor, Majdanek, Belzec, and Krankenau, and they were all designed for this purpose. As the war went on, several of the concentration camps were retrofitted to use their methodology of murder by gas in particular. Dachau, for example, had crematoria installed that were designed to get rid of the bodies as fast as possible. Bergen-Belsen and others followed. Here are the 6 death camps with these sort of squares around them. These black squares are ordinary concentration camps, which, as I mentioned, sort of the death camps. And what happens from the spring of 1942 is that Hitler starts emptying out the ghetto camps, in particular, processing that are killed in this method. I don't have to go through the details of it. I'm sure you're broadly familiar with it. The use of a pesticide called Cyclone B, which is shown here. The delousing process, quote unquote, where Jews were exposed to this gas and killed. The Jews were unfortunately diabolically used in their own destruction. The so-called Sonderkommando, who would go in and collect the bodies, transport them for burial or for cremation and so on. There are also, at the same time, I'm not going to go, I have to get to Hannah Senesh now, but I will mention one last thing. The death camps also featured Jewish slave labor. So a small proportion of Jews who were deemed especially fit for, the various industrial activities that took place around the camps. All of the camps had little satellites that were various things the Germans wanted to do. For example, Auschwitz had the satellite camp called Buna, which produced acetone, and so many Jews were simply taken over to work in that factory. And ironically, even though it was only a few kilometers from Auschwitz itself, it was bombed by the Allies. Auschwitz itself was not bombed by the Allies. Very controversial decision. Non-decision, and also Jews set aside for horrendous medical experimentation as well, particularly twins, because you could experiment on one twin and then compare the changes to the other. Jews experimented on to, well, go on and on. It's a very dark chapter in Jewish history. Before I get back to Hannah Senesh, then, let me ask if there are any quick questions. Well, that's an excellent question. Hitler himself did not like to give orders. He used to get up very late in the day, especially when he was outside of Berlin. He would wake up like 11, 12 o'clock in the morning, in the daytime. He would have a leisurely kind of afternoon, and then he would gather together his people for a long, rambling dinner that would go often to 2, 3 in the morning every night. And at these dinner conversations, where only his close associates, Himmler, Goering, Goebbels, and so on, would be invited, they would have these talks over cigars and brandies. And someone would say, you know what? We should build camps just for the Jews. And Hitler would say, that's a good idea. And that would be his order. That's one of the things that is very difficult in a lot of the Holocaust revisionist trials. We don't have a paper trail from Hitler, like writing a memo from Chancellor Hitler to Himmler, do this. He just would allow people to sort of move on these things. The creation of the camps certainly we can tie to his underlings, to Himmler in particular, head of the SS, even Goering, though, the Wehrmacht, also very much involved. So it's a complicated, chaotic kind of structure that is due in large part to his personality. In some regards, but he had different aims in the Wehrmacht. Okay, Mr. Lax, the last question, then we'll go back. Well, they're impractical. And it's not, he clearly wanted them to be expelled, first of all. He wanted them to go someplace, like there was no easy place to do it. And just think about it for a second. We're talking about, about 16 million people. How do you move 16 million people? You have to first identify them. That's not easy. Just think about, we live in a time where, we have a social security number, and the president can type it in the computer. He knows how many dental fillings I have. But back then, how could you possibly locate them? And then let alone find the trains to move them? How do you just send them? You can't just say everybody go. How do you force them to leave? You have to have a social. It's a very difficult thing. I gotta move on, or else we won't stay to our agenda. So back to Hannah Senesh, our heroine. She's in Israel now. She has a dream one night that she goes back to Hungary. She's very worried about the situation with her family there, about the situation with her country. And so the next day she goes and makes inquiries, is there any way that she can perhaps participate in the war effort? Ironically, as it happened, the British were putting together an elite troop of paratroopers where they wanted to get extremely fit, linguistically talented, brave young people to fly into Yugoslavia and then make their way across the enemy lines. Hannah Senesh volunteers. She is examined and trained, and she's accepted for the program, one of 37 candidates. And in fact, she makes the flight to Yugoslavia, and she successfully lands. And as I mentioned earlier, she joined the anti-Nazi partisan group where she fought alongside Joseph Tito. Before crossing into the border, she pens one of her most famous poems, the so-called "Blessed is the Match" poem. She writes it and presses it into the hand of one of her colleagues who's not going across the border and asks him to hold on to it. This is the poem in the English translation that's sort of been canonized. I'll read it out loud. Blessed is the match consumed in kindling flame. Blessed is the flame that burns in the heart's secret places. Blessed is the heart that knows, for honor's sake, to stop its beating. Blessed is the match consumed in kindling flame. A powerful metaphor. It's even more powerful in the original Hebrew. For example, one of my students today pointed out it's for honor's sake. The phrase here is "bakapa," in the honor, as in not for honor's sake, but the heart, as it were, knowing its honor, says, "I'm going to stop beating them." Like a match. And I'm not a literary specialist, but my reading of this poem is that the flame is Hannah Senesh. The flame is she herself, who knows the tremendous risk that she's exposing herself to, that she's going into the belly of the beast to fight the Nazis herself, and that she is fully willing to stop her own heart beating for the sake of the honor itself. It's very ironic that it should be recorded. It's now we have a security guard on campus. Of course, if you're a good Jewish institution, you have Israeli security guards, and of course our security guard, Hannah Senesh, this poem, Ashrei HaGaflu. Anyways, what was happening in Hungary was a little bit different. Hungary, as I mentioned earlier, was of course an ally of Nazi Germany, but like many of Hitler's allies, they were somewhat reluctant when it came to all aspects of Hitler's program. Most of Hitler's allied countries, for example, were not completely on board with the anti-Semitic program. Italy is a good example, and Hungary as well, Romania, Bulgaria, and specifically what they're prepared to do is, these countries are prepared to go along with murdering Jews who are non-citizens. So, for example, Polish Jews who had fled to France, Vichy France says, hey, take them. Vichy France actually volunteered Jews before Hitler even asked. But they're talking about the Polish Jews. Same thing with Hungary, where the Romanian Jews who were taking refuge in Hungary, they were easily expendable, and they were given to Nazis right away. But the Magyar Jews, the ones who were so well assimilated to culture in Hungary, who spoke Hungarian fluently, who created Hungarian culture, Admiral Horthy and others were not so thrilled countries trying to hold on to their own Jews as long as possible while having no qualms about getting rid of the various refugee Jewish populations. So that meant that the Jews in Budapest in particular existed right up until, tragically, the very last few months of the war. However, the Horthy regime realized, like most of Hitler's other allies, that after Stalingrad in April 1943, Hitler's days were numbered. It was very clear that once the Red Army got its momentum, the Red Army would push towards the west, and eventually the Americans were getting into the war because after Pearl Harbor, America was also involved in hostilities. And it was just a matter of time before America landed on the beaches of Normandy, which happened in June of '44, and they would push from the west. Hitler would have the classic German two-front war, and it would be all over within months. So Hungary starts thinking, we have to get off this train now. We have to find a way to sort of carve our own identity so we don't go down with Hitler's ship the way we did. Hitler was not blind to this, and what ends up happening is in March of 1944, right near the end of the war, Hitler sends in his own troops, and he takes over Hungary directly. Hungary stops being an ally of Hitler and is now a puppet state of Hitler, which is tragically the worst possible thing that could have happened to the Jews. Because, and here you see really the elemental level of anti-Semitism of this period, that Hitler was more concerned about murdering the Jews of Budapest than he was with delaying the advance of the Red Army. And he diverted resources. Troop trains were emptied out, and the empty boxes were sent to Budapest to try and murder more Jews, even though that meant that the Red Army would be coming in. I can't think of a better example of the thought of Amalek than this one particular gesture that Hitler demonstrated at the end of the war. Hannah Senesh made her way across the border, and she, with a few of the other paratroopers who were French of origin, were making their way through the villages when there were some passing patrols. And after the patrols had gone, one of the French paratroopers was so distraught that he would be captured that even though they were safe for the moment, he took out his revolver and he shot himself. This attracted the attention of the peasants, who certainly didn't want to be anyone involved with a dead infiltrating paratrooper, and they informed the Nazis, and ultimately Hannah Senesh was captured by this one act of cowardice by her colleague. She was arrested and brought to a prison in Budapest, where she was mercilessly tortured. Teeth were removed, she was beaten black and blue, and we can only imagine what other suffering she endured. Specifically, what the Nazis wanted from her was her code for the radio, because she had a code name and she knew other codes, and they wanted to be able to get on the radio and interfere with the movement of the other partisans. She refused consistently to give them any support in this regard. They knew who she was, and so they arrested her mother, and they threw her mother in prison with her, beating her mother as well, and insisting to Hannah Senesh that her own mother would be killed before her eyes if she refused to give over the codes. Hannah begged forgiveness from her mother, but she still refused to divulge that information to the very end. Ultimately, she was put on trial. She was offered the possibility of asking for clemency. She said that she would be happy to appeal to a higher court, but she would never reduce herself to begging for clemency from murderers, and she was ultimately shot by firing squad. Later, after the war was over, and again, the war was over just a few weeks after she was killed. 8 weeks after she was killed, the war ended so tragically close to the end. The Israeli government successfully petitioned to have her body and those of several other paratroopers restored to the land of Israel, where she was reinterred, and her grave is the site of pilgrimage for many Jews today because of the tremendous example of sacrifice and self-sufficiency that she envisioned. May her memory be a blessing to always. Amen. Thank you very much for your attention this whole semester, and look forward. But we can see how these shared words occupy different parts of each tree. Or take the song about the mythical one-eyed, one-horned flying purple people eater. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? We are right on time. Aliza, please stop greeting people. We're going to start now. Okay. So, tonight's lecture, I'm a little nervous actually. The attendance was beginning to kind of fade off towards the summer, which, that's the way it is this part of the world. But I'm surprised there's a good number of you here tonight. Actually, I'm a little bit disappointed, not because I'm not happy to see all of you, especially the few of you I haven't seen in a while. It's because tonight's lecture is very difficult for me. I've never given this lecture before, and I got in a little bit over my head. Because, okay, Joe's leaving. But I'll start with the joke, and then I will try to explain why this lecture got me in a little bit over my head, and it's difficult material that I hope we get through. So this is a joke I heard many years ago, and I don't know why, but everyone I tell it to thinks it's funny. And I don't understand why it's funny, what makes it funny, but it's an enjoyable joke, I think. I enjoy it. It goes like this. There's an audition for a production of Hamlet in Manhattan, in the Upper West Side, one of the off-Broadway theaters. And, they're auditioning all kinds of people who come up and give their soliloquies and give their monologues and things like that. And they're trying to find just the right person to play the lead role of the Prince of Denmark. And so many people come up, and then finally, the director and the assistant director are sitting there in the audience, and they say, well, I think we've heard enough now. Thank you very much. Everyone else who is here, please go ahead. We're going to make our decision, and we'll let you know in the next week or so. One little old man from the back row, and I can't imitate a Brooklyn accent, maybe you can do it for me, but he sticks his hand up. What do you mean imitate a big guy? So he sticks up his hand and he says, no, what about me? I've been waiting all day for my turn. You're not even going to let me come up? He said, well, we have heard quite a few actors present this material. We really don't need another one. And he says, no, look, it's not menschlich. I've been waiting here for 6 hours for my turn. So the assistant director says, why don't you let him go up? It'll be worth a laugh. So he gets up there, an elderly gentleman, a little bit stooped over, a long capota, right? And he's even wringing his hands a little bit. And they say, go ahead. And they're ready for a laugh. And he sort of, as soon as he assumes the role, his shoulders straighten up, and lifts his chin up, and his bearing completely changes. And he begins with famous soliloquy, to be or not to be. And his whole demeanor changes. And people suddenly lose themselves in his words. And they're absolutely transported. They're taken to the depths of Hamlet's dilemma, whether existence is better than non-existence, and they're truly exploring like they never have before the tremendous philosophical conundrum that he poses in that soliloquy. And by the time he ends, everyone has to kind of shake themselves to realize, wait, and they don't know what to say. And then finally the director gets up and he says, that was astounding. We don't need to hear anyone. We don't need to. You have the part. That's amazing. But before you come and sign the papers, you have to tell me, how did you do that? And he said, that's everything. I don't know why that joke was funny. You don't think so either? It's cute. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So maybe this is a bad sign for tonight. I tell you, this is not a good sign. Okay. So here's the story. Why is this topic so difficult for me tonight? So when I set out to teach this course, basically this is the History 156, History of the Jewish People 2 course that we offer at Touro College South every spring. And because I decided to do it in this venue and make it open to the public, I decided to popularize the theme a little bit by choosing biographies, right? That was the hook. Rather than just give you a standard description of a larger social trend or movement, I chose individuals, and by studying their lives, it's a hook to understand the larger social movements and trends and process. And I figured, okay, I want to talk a little bit about a few themes in late 19th, early 20th century history tonight, and I need to find some kind of, actor. So I looked into a little bit of the encyclopedias, and I said, oh, of course, Sarah Bernhardt, I've heard of her, famous actress. I'll talk about her life. ROTHSCHILD. How bad can it be? Then I read a biography of Sarah Bernhardt, and boy, I can't even tell you half the things I read there. And so I'm going to try very hard to give you a carefully edited and moderated version of her really quite amazing, fantastic life, such that I can feel okay putting it on the internet for people to watch in the future. And Hamevin Yavin, if you want to really know about Sarah Bernhardt's life, I urge you to look at Robert Gottlieb's masterful biography, very well written, engaging text published by the Yale series of Jewish Lives. It's entitled simply Sarah, The Life of Sarah Bernhardt, and I'm very much indebted to his biography for tonight's lecture. Anything that I say that is worthwhile belongs to Gottlieb. Anything that I say that is wrong is all mine. Okay, so no, that was not her real name. That's right. Oh, by the way, because it's a difficult class, I want you to ask as many distracting potential questions as possible. But let's understand, who is she? Okay, so she was born sometime around 1844. We're not exactly sure when she was born. There was a fire during the Franco-Prussian War of 1871 that burned down the records that were stored in a hotel at that time, and so there's no official record of her birth. And she herself really enjoyed playing with her birth date, and she would give different dates and different ages at frequent points in her life. It's reasonable to imagine, though, she was born sometime around 1844, and she died in 1923 of a urinary infection that was related to a horrible accident that she had in 1905. I'll tell you about when we get towards the end of the class. She's known as the Divine Sarah. She was without a doubt the most prominent actress of the entire 19th century, and her shadow was cast large and long into the 20th century. And I would like to argue in tonight's class that in many ways, Sarah Bernhardt's life really created a new type in Western culture. She created the concept of the celebrity. Her life, her talent, but her extracurricular affairs, which she made sure that everyone was aware of, was a way of generating a certain type of fame that I don't think you really see prior to the mid-19th century. This is especially true because she is a borderline figure who begins to transit from the immediate media of the stage, which of course only happens once. You can only see a play one time. It's never the same every time it's portrayed. And she transits into the medium of film. And although unfortunately there are no surviving films of her, she nevertheless was on that borderline, beginning to make her foray into a medium that really could exist over many years. So that's what I'm going to focus on. We're going to look at her life. We're going to look at the elements of her life that illustrate a couple of larger ideas in 19th century, early 20th century Jewish life. And I will try very hard to steer around some of the most difficult aspects of it. So, any questions before I begin? Yes, thank you.
So when you say she was the biggest actress in the world,
certainly in the Western world. In the Western world, she was French, and so the continent was very well aware of her. And she made several tours to America as well, and Russia, Cuba even. She was certainly the most prominent actress of her day. I can't speak for Asia. I imagine they must have some famous actresses there too, but certainly in the Western world, she was the most famous. Yes.
To understand what a sentence means, we have to know if a sentence is true or not. And predicate purpose helps us find the meaning.
Yeah, there was a lot of books written about her, and several she wrote herself as well. So I definitely cast widely and did, a little bit of research in different places. Encyclopedia are very useful, but Gottlieb is my major source. It's the most up-to-date published in 2010. It's the most scholarly. It has a lot of resources that the other texts do not present, including some rather questionable photos of a woman déshabillée with a fan about her face that he believes is in fact Sarah Bernhardt making a few dollars on the side. And you won't find that in any of the other books. In fact, I'm not even sure I should have it in my house. But, okay, let's go on. I'm in trouble now. I really am in trouble. Okay. One of the aspects that I want to discuss tonight in the context of her life is the idea of Jews and the underworld. Now, this audience, I don't think will be surprised when I tell you that there is always, historically and particularly in the modern era, a criminal element in the Jewish population. I give this lecture to a group of female undergraduates at the college in the afternoon, and for them it's like an eye-opener. I say, what? Jewish criminals? Are you serious? But in fact, as you all know, we're a little bit more jaded. Jewish criminality is an unfortunate aspect of our modernization of the 18th century and onwards. To a large degree, and we'll explore this a little bit later when I get to people like Marx and Freud, to a large degree, this is an expression of the emergence from being unemancipated. Because at the time when Jews were actively considered, legally considered second-class citizens with diminished rights, diminished privileges, and so it was natural to view the outside state as fundamentally toxic, as antithetical to Jewish aims and goals and aspirations. And so criminal activity was a way for Jews to kind of even the odds, particularly in white-collar crime. With my students, I actually have to explain to them what white-collar crime is. So maybe we're going to have a volunteer. I do have a few students in the audience tonight. I'm not sure I want to go there. What is white-collar? Mr. Carlo. Actually, it was the first one that the girls chose too. Yes, but why do we call it white-collar? Because no one got killed. Good. Good. Malcolm?
Other things like investment and financial fraud,
Sometimes we don't say exactly what we mean, and yet we still
Exactly.
you ask, is it raining when I come inside the wet? And I say, great job, Sherlock. You're obviously that I'm being sarcastic.
We had a good laugh today about the image of a Jewish mugger. You know, there's no such. It's hard to imagine a Jewish mugger because that's just like a crime of petty violence that's really not associated typically. That's like a failure of a Jewish criminal, right? Your mother's saying, "Would you stop and graduate to something? Go to college, learn how to
specifically when he said a lawyer with a briefcase can steal more than a battalion of members of machine guns."
That's fascinating. I think that's exactly right. So when Jews go for crime, we tend to lean towards white-collar crime, embezzlement, tax evasion, and fraud, insider trading, things like that. We also engage in exploitative speculation from time to time. Again, it's a lot of fun. I don't know if I can keep this club. A lot of priests do white club. A lot of priests do white club. I don't know. Kohanim don't hear those things. But here's the thing. It is fun. I should take that class and let you watch that class because it's fun with 19-year-old, 20-year-old women learning these things for the first time. So I explain to them how speculation works, that you find things that are on sale cheap, and then you go and you sell them expensively. And they're looking at us and that's business, right? That's what we're supposed to do. Of course, we talked about price gouging and things like that. That's also an activity that's less desirable that Jews historically have been involved in. Other things are smuggling, big-time smuggling. Again, these are all crimes which typically people don't get hurt. There's no violence involved in these crimes. There's no physical crime. Well, you get hurt financially, to be sure, but no one gets bludgeoned. Smuggling, of course, the huge Jewish industry during the Prohibition era, when so many Jews were involved in bringing spirits down here into this country and so on. But less well known is Jewish involvement in prostitution, which was especially significant at the turn of the 20th century here in America. It is a crime that is associated very much with female powerlessness, because women coming to this country in particular, there's a very large number of Jewish prostitutes in the Lower East Side, for example, because they're coming down to America. Sometimes they're abandoned by their husbands. Sometimes they come over here to try to find their husbands who abandoned them. And it's a world in which women have very little recourse to higher education, to at least 75 cents on the dollar. Right? And that was kind of a... Oh, I just say it straight up, and I say it's not fair, and that's the way it is. And that's why they are in college. And they are going to change the world. Like my daughter Elisa is going to change the world, right? Yeah, absolutely. You are going to change the world. Your daughters will not have to live through the things you live through. But anyway, returning to Baha'u'llah, prostitution. Jews were involved in this. Well, you know, I don't want to follow that argument. I'm going to edit that up. It's not nice, but it leads us specifically to her name Julie. She was known popularly as Yule. She was from a lower middle class Jewish background. I believe her parent, her father, that is Sarah's grandfather, was a pharmacist. But she turned to the life of the night. And as I explained to my students today, the courtesan is not a simple streetwalker. It's not someone who meets total strangers in the street and sells herself at a very low cost. The courtesan is kind of like a high-class service where she would entertain a certain number of male clients that would have specific appointments with her, and they would reimburse her for her services, typically with a monthly stipend that would support, an apartment and clothing and food and all kinds of cost of living sort of things. So it was something at a considerably higher level. Someone's texting you? I hate when people text you in the middle of the class. It's over here. The most fun thing is when we're driving, and she's just got her permit now, so I have to sit in a shotgun seat when she drives. And whenever her phone rings with a text, I like to answer it. I write back to her friends, never text me again. I hate you. Okay, so her mother was a courtesan who made her living her entire life from these kinds of relationships. And it's quite likely that Sarah's unknown father was one of her clients who came to her on a regular basis. Yes?
I'm not actually telling you new information. I'm not even asking you to subscribe.
There's no way to tell. They don't look very similar.
Please subscribe. Without overtly saying, please subscribe.
Sarah was the eldest, shown here. His middle sister, Jean, was the favored daughter by far. And Sarah's mother was not shy about sharing that with her daughters at all. She often wished that Sarah and the youngest daughter, Regine, would simply go away and she and Jean would live alone together. And in fact, that's precisely what she did with the two of them. Sarah was hacked off to various homes. She ended up living with a governess, which was also paid for by one of her mother's clients, and then to a boarding school. And her youngest daughter, Regine, unfortunately they all went into at one degree or another the same line of work as their mother, but Regine had a very hard time of it, contracted some venereal diseases, and ultimately died, possibly related to a morphine overdose at the age of 23. She was Sarah's favorite, and Sarah was well known for protecting Regine from all kinds of abuses. There was one famous scene when Sarah was a junior actress, I believe it was in the Comédie Française, and one of the senior actresses said something insulting to Regine, and Sarah, in her typical way, slapped the older actress across the face and called her a stupid cow. And in French, I think it was une vache du pays, which has even a greater ring to it. That just added to Sarah's fame, and we'll talk about that in a second. Her childhood, though, was very unhappy. Her mother was constantly dumping her on distant relatives or a governess, which was one of the closest women she was ever to in her entire life. And she would come by every few months or so just for a very short visit, might only last a few days. The young Sarah's reaction her mother's infrequent and short visits was often to have some kind of hysterical demonstration of abandonment, where, for example, on one occasion she dove out a second-story window after her mother was departing, and another occasion she threw herself in front of her mother's carriage as if to hold her back, but her mother apparently had very little pity for her and wished to remain primarily with the second daughter, Jean, and Sarah was left basically to fend for herself. One might, engage in some armchair psychoanalysis to imagine what kind of effect this had on her as an adult. Okay, so her education. At one point, and she was a troublesome child. She was very argumentative, a little bit like Trotsky that we talked about last week. Prone to argue with teachers, prone to get physical with other kids. Very unlikely to accept authority simply for the sake of its being authority. And so one of her mother's lovers suggested that they pack her off to a convent. Oh, and by the way, I should mention, of course, that everyone knew that Eula was Jewish, and of course Sarah was Jewish. They referred to themselves as, well, in the press later, Sarah was always referred to as the Jewess. I think, not really sure, but the impression I get is that this added a certain level of exoticism to their trade. That they could say they weren't simply, good Catholic girls, they came from some sort of Oriental stock, and perhaps drove up the price somewhat. At any rate, this didn't matter at all. They shipped her off to a convent called Grandchamp. Here's a picture of her when she's 16, just shortly after she left the convent. And she turns out she liked it a lot. She fell in love with the Mother Superior, who, when she first met her, gave her a small garden of her own to tend. And that was something that gave Sarah a level of rootedness and a level of domesticity that she had never enjoyed in her life before. And she determined that she would in fact become a nun herself. With tremendous irony considering the trajectory of her later career. One must bear in mind, by the way, that convents then, and perhaps now I'm not really familiar with them, but convents were not necessarily places where young Catholic nuns were trained. They were boarding schools where upper middle class girls from all backgrounds could come and get an all-girls education, finishing school, and so on. So she took it very seriously, and she intended to become a nun. However, she was taken later to Paris, and where she was exposed for the first time to a theatrical production, and she was overwhelmed with it. She thought it was the most amazing thing she had ever encountered, and her plans to become a nun were ROTHSCHILD von der Fenster. She completely gave up on them, and she decided she wanted to become an actress. Again, one of her mother's loyal clients offered to pay the tuition and pulled a few strings to get her a place in La Comédie Française, which was the preeminent acting school in Paris at the time. Any questions or distractions, anything like that? Yes, Mr. Carlo.
Traveled around by car or bicycle with a notebook or a tape recorder, and started using telephone calls and then internet surveys and social media data. They found that, generally speaking, the longer a group of people has been living somewhere and speaking
very charitable, and you see what kind of a fine person you are, Mr. Carlo, to view this with some level of charity. But if I treated my kids with half that degree of neglect, I couldn't live with myself. No, she didn't grow up in the street. She grew up, she went to a private school, all those kind of things.
So we see variations
yes,
in larger, more spread out regions, like the city or country.
This was in a suburb of Paris. I'm not sure what the name of it was, but it was something like, I imagine, about 25, 30 miles outside of Paris. She was a young girl spending all her time in the convent. Yes, so hard. Yes,
here on YouTube. Those accent challenge videos you may have watched actually use a list of words from linguistics from 2003, and I've experienced variations in real
Yes, her
life
mother's
myself.
support system was quite
When I was growing
extensive.
up in Wisconsin, I always had that teacher from in school of hers, but then when I moved to New York, I learned that people here didn't know what I was talking about, and I had to learn to call it wonderful, but it's not a straightforward switch. When I'm on the phone with my family in Wisconsin, I switch right back to Butler and May instead of
There were lots of aunts that were involved at one point or another, but maybe I'm being less charitable because if you read the kind of things she said to Sarah, and making it very clear that Sarah was some kind of mistake, that she regretted, and this went on all of Sarah's life, no matter what kind of level of success she achieved. She would like have a big theatrical performance, her mother would show up late and leave in the middle of the first act, and Sarah would be like terrified because it's so bad, and she would, it's a constant refrain for her. She's got, I guess, what they call mommy issues. It could be. I can't say anything else. I'm going to go back to the lecture, though, because I'm not sure how to... I didn't read enough on it. So her career in her early stages was not auspicious. She did get leading roles right away, of course, and her performances were considered mixed by her reviewers. And let's also bear in mind that the period we're talking about now, which is the 1870s, there's no other media for entertainment besides the stage. There's no radio, there's no television, there's no movies, and so the life of the theater was really the major venue of entertainment for urban dwellers of Europe at the time. And the shows that we put on, sometimes 2-3 matinees a day, and 1 or 2 evening shows, this would be mass entertainment for at least the middle ground class and up. So it was central to the life of the Parisian bourgeoisie at the time. During this time, she wasn't making a lot of money, so she was able to add to her income through plying the trade that her mother had pioneered for her. She had several associates who were willing to support her in her endeavors, paying her expenses and so on. And it was at this time that she bore a child, her only child, a son named Maurice, who was born when she was 20 years old. And just to look ahead a little bit to what kind of character she was, it's fascinating. She never, even though when she was extremely famous and all kinds of, like, everyone would sort of nudge and wink and understand what happened, but she never resorted to any kind of artifice. She referred to herself always as, when she was introduced, as Mademoiselle et fille. Mademoiselle, of course, like señorita, means unmarried younger woman, and this is my son. And she was perfect. She never tried to say madame. I don't know, look twice. She said madame, and it'll be fine. But she said, no, mademoiselle, I've never been married. By the way, this is my son. So here she is with her son Maurice, who depended on him, on her all his life. That I didn't know. Name for example. Now I'm in trouble. Look, no Wikipedia during my class. That will get me in so much trouble with your Wikipedia facts. I should confiscate all stuff before we start. Okay, so far we're telling the story of a inconsequential actor with a somewhat shady nightlife and a troubled childhood. Things changed dramatically for her during the Franco-Prussian War. And it turned out that Sarah Bernhardt earned a tremendous and deserved reputation as a staunch French patriot. She convinced the owner of the theater, I believe it was the Odeon at that point that she was signed to which was closed because of the hostilities. She convinced him to open it up for wounded soldiers. He agreed, and she had posters made up, plastered them all over town with her name on it, saying that any wounded soldiers or even civilians, because Paris itself was bombed during that war, shelled during that war, they could come for treatment at the Odeon Theater. And it was well used, unfortunately, and she was personally attending to the wounded and going around town collecting supplies, cajoling people to give over supplies to feed the wounded and so on. And she got a reputation really as a social worker of types, and in a very patriotic sense. Yes, probably stream the NPR episode right now. We'll hold it up to the microphone. No, you're right. right. She also was very much involved in creating an early ambulance service. Obviously, it was horse-drawn and so on, but yeah. So she gained a tremendous amount of reputation for all of this activity. When the war was ultimately over, she emerged as one of the local heroines of the movement. To tie her French patriotism with her acting career and her talent, and that's when her career really begins to take off. To tell you a little bit about her acting style, her voice was called silvery, which was actually not a compliment. It was considered a little bit weak in the early years and had a treble to it that was not appreciated, but she had tremendous depth of emotion in her expression. Her diction was excellent, and one of the things that she broke away from was that the acting styles of the day were extremely rigid and formulaic. So, for example, as Anton Chekhov, who remarked on the theater at the same time, he remarked with disdain that if there was a drawing room scene, he could tell you exactly where the two sofas would be placed and how often they would cross their legs and how often someone would put his hat down and then would get up and walk around, how they would express surprise by putting their hand to their forehead, all kinds of rigid, almost Asian-style acting with all these specific gestures to convey emotion and so on. And Sarah simply rejected all of that. She was an early, almost a kind of a method actor, simply making it up as she went along, deeply investing herself in the part, and not resorting to any of these kind of tricks of the trade. She was famous especially for extremely long, drawn-out, dramatic death scenes, which involved a lot of wailing and crawling about and strange contortions. So that, I think, if we were to see those nowadays, you can only read them in description. You can imagine that they would be overblown. But in Sarah's day, it was something that was really quite novel and unique, and people felt the drama of the action. She was considered almost anorexic in how thin she was, and I couldn't find any on the web, although Gottlieb has a few examples in his book of caricatures of her from the day. And she appears stick thin in the caricatures. Although we can see from the photograph she's certainly thin, but she does not appear, amazingly thin. This is something, by the way, we were speaking about with the students today, that over the last 50 years, I'm sure you're familiar with this, but the measurements of leading ladies have gotten thinner and thinner every 5-10 years. And we have kind of a highly distorted idea of what is the perfect body type today. She also, question.
Features when you start looking at it deeply. We could do a whole series about any of the hundreds of varieties just in English alone.
Yes, she's playing Hamlet in the 1880s. And that was extremely uncommon. First of all, she's playing a man. You would occasionally see men playing women, already from Shakespearean time and onwards, but for her to play a man's role, and such a major role, Hamlet is the actor's role, it was really quite astounding. She often liked to dress in men's clothing. We'll talk about her fashion sense shortly. And I got a question all the way from the back, Mr. Alexander.
And to use language as a way of being more compassionate and respectful with each other. Next time, we'll continue learning about the way people talk by looking at the study of speech sounds and the way linguists write them down.
He says in Shakespeare's time, there were no female actors. Absolutely true. Well said, Mr. Abramson. That's brilliant. You must be related to your sister over there, Elise Abramson. Actually, it's a fascinating study that's in the New York Review of Books a few weeks ago that calculates how many young men were in the Globe Theater at any one time, because Shakespeare often wrote his plays specifically for the actors that he had to work with. And so if he couldn't have, let's say, one male younger actor who could play several female parts, they would never be in the same scene, and you have to separate the scenes by enough time so they can do their costume changes. And you can analyze all these things. But let's go back. She had several idiosyncrasies. One of the things that she did was she had a custom of forming a romantic relationship with every male lead that she played opposite. And it was like, some people collect postage stamps. She collected leading men. And this even included, we're talking about dozens of productions that she was involved in. It included even fathers and sons, sometimes if you had a multi-generation family and acting. And this was just something about her, and I can give you a lot more salacious details, but I know I'm going to put this on the web, so you'll have to read copies for some of the more details. But of all her idiosyncrasies, perhaps the most well-known is her coffin, which she used to carry around with her whenever she went on tour, and she would sleep in a coffin at night. There are a lot of questions one can ask about it. This particular photograph got the opines that she kept the coffin as sort of a keepsake. She didn't actually sleep in it, but at one point, a maidservant of some kind came into the room when she happened to be lying down in it because she had given her bed to someone else, and the maidservant was shocked, and Bernhardt got the idea, so she called in a photographer, and she posed for this photograph and allowed it to circulate to specifically generate even more buzz about her own personal proclivities and so on. And it worked. I mean, people talk about such things because they're fascinated with this amazing actress who sleeps in a coffin every night. And this gets to a theme that I really want to develop a little bit more in a few minutes, the idea of celebrity. Like nowadays, when we have, I mean, what exactly is, I asked the students today, I'll ask you as well, what exactly is a celebrity?
Describing all these systems in detail will be a whole other video. Spoken like
Very good, excellent, very specific. Someone who's famous for being famous.
consonants are speech sounds made by closing the vocal tracts, while vowels are made by making it a different shape.
We follow them, right? Like the Twitter followers. Emulate, maybe, I'm not sure I want to do that, but when you think about it, before people like Sarah Bernhardt, I don't believe you had celebrities. It's a phenomenon of the new media, it's a phenomenon of mass culture. Before that, you had people who were famous, but they're typically famous for doing something, like winning a Nobel Prize, well, later, but being a great doctor or a great lawyer or anything. Nowadays, we have many examples. I won't mention them on name because they have very expensive lawyers working for them. But we have many people in our contemporary culture who are famous just for being famous. They don't actually contribute anything to the quality of our lives, except by their very existence, and we're fascinated with what they do for no, I think, really definable reason. And they will go on and they will do outrageous things, like have romantic liaison and make sure that the videotape gets onto the web, or get married for brief periods of time, or say totally outrageous, offensive things, or burst on stage and steal awards away from other singers who win because they think another singer will be better. You can use your imagination. What did those people actually do? What did they give to us? How did they benefit our lives? Nothing. Garnished. Yet we follow them because they are celebrities. And I think Sarah is one of the major factors in starting this trend of creating the fame through notoriety. Okay. Yes, please.
And have the same place of articulation, but they're different in their manner of articulation, because t is plosive and s is fricative. K has a corresponding fricative too. It's not most varieties of English, but it's the sound of the Scottish lock or the Spanish jalapeno. Now try this one. Put your hand on your neck and make the sound s, and then turn it into a z.
I think that's
not in a direct way, not belonging to
Your lips and tongue stay in the same position.
It could be. I don't recall ever reading anything about the participation in a salon. Like you remember the lecture on Rachel Van Happen, we talked about the role of the salon. I'm sure, however, she was the topic of discussion at hundreds, thousands of salons. And maybe by keeping herself separate, that's another way to generate more heat and money. She had a favorite photographer, Felix Nadar. I had one photograph from her earlier. There's only one painting that I'm really familiar with, and I can't remember the artist, so I can't really answer that question effectively. But I have a great picture of the famous Fat Hat here. And you look at her sense of fashion was amazing. Like, this is actually a hat with a stuffed bat on top of it. And this is typical of her fashion sense. Like, extreme. You think we have extreme celebrities today. Lady Gaga, right? Dressing in meat, right? She did something like that, right? So, this is the Lady Gaga of the 19th century. She was known for completely rejecting all sensibilities or fashion of the day. She never followed fashion, she literally created fashion. And she would wear outrageous, I don't know if this really took off at the time, but she, for example, she had no interest in horizontal belts. She refused to wear things with horizontal belts. She felt that was an absurd piece of clothing, and so she preferred lots of dangling beads and things like that, often matching headdresses with shoulder beads and things like that. And in this kind of mode of, the world really revolves around me and the things that I want, which I think was very calculated, not so much that she was an egocentrist, but very much calculated to generate more of that celebrity. More of that kind of fame by showing just how outrageous they are. She was prone to having tantrums, resigning on the spot, disappearing from theaters, very, very unpredictable in terms of her work ethic. That all redounded really to her fame. When she went to London on one of her world tours, she was unhappy with some of the arrangements that were made for her, and so she skipped off, she simply ditched a lot of the performances, and then after the tour was over, she calculated the gross for every month that she had not appeared in every performance, and she was able to calculate exactly how many more pounds she was worth to the theater by showing that when she performed, she made the theater a lot more money. It's kind of calculated unpredictability that she maximized to market her brand. A diva. I think she is the ultimate diva. So let's pause a little bit to think about this idea of celebrity-ness and Jews in the 19th century. This is a picture of her, once again challenging the norms of the day, wearing a somewhat male pantsuit to shock. It was definitely very shocking in the 1890s. So we have to think about it structurally for a minute. If you imagine that the Jews, in France, they achieved emancipation outright. One fell swoop, well, really two very closely related fell swoops. The revolution was in 1789, where they proclaimed equality for all. The Sephardi Jews of Bordeaux, because they were very assimilated and acculturated to French norms, they were given equal rights confirmed in 1790, and then after much debate, the Ashkenazic Jews, much more Germanic, Yiddish-speaking, traditionally pious, were given emancipation in 1791. And that was it. There was really no more debate. A little bit of frustration during the period of Napoleon that I think we discussed in the previous class, but basically Jews were emancipated firmly by 1791 in France. Germany, much more difficult. There was a back and forth. There were a couple of moments where emancipation was given. The upheavals of 1848 meant it was taken away, given once again, and so on. But when the Jews were finally emancipated throughout Europe, by the last quarter of the 19th century, you see, in my humble opinion, two distinct phenomena emerging. One phenomenon is, and this is the dominant trend, that Jews strove for compliance with general social norms. They sought to acculturate and even to assimilate. Meaning, with the outright gift of emancipation, most Jews tried to fit in. Most Jews tried to become deserving of what was given to them in these legal rights. And then a small minority said, well, if we are equal citizens, if we can do whatever we want, then there was no reason for us to try and pass. There's no reason for us not to be, so to speak, out of the closet and just behave however we want. I think Sarah Bernhardt, belongs to this latter category. Let me give you one metaphor that seems to work pretty well with my students this afternoon. I have two of my kids in the audience, so I have to be careful what I say here. But let's say, for example, I'm not going to put you on the spot, you don't have to answer. But let's say, for example, my wife and I were just to say to our kids, you guys are on your own, no more rules. You can do whatever you want. So, what would they do? Everything? They get in trouble. But what would they do with it? I mean, thank God we have an 8-year-old, a 10-year-old, 13-year-old, 16-year-old at home. We also got a 19 and 20-year-old out of the house. So what would the younger kids do with that freedom? Well, I would give them the same stuff I give them now. They got a hoverboard. Chances are, we argued that for the first little while, they would stay up a little later, maybe. They would skip school or something. But after a certain period of time, no, I'm not giving you any ideas, I'll say. What did you say? Travel the world. Yeah, no, you're going to be in the Sarah Bernhardt category. But after a little while, they would realize it's no fun ditching school every day. They'd rather go back and learn something with their friends. And their bedtimes would kind of settle down to something more or less what it is. It was sort of like, look at my wife and I as models of how we're supposed to behave, and sort of fit in with that. And I think that's true of most of them. But there are a couple of them, Alexander is certainly one of them, that might be in this rebellion. They say, okay, Dad, you know what? I'm taking the car keys, okay? A little Mazda 2-seater, that's what I'm leaving. And then you'll be gone, 14 years old. So I think that's what happened to the Jews in the 19th century, late 19th century, when they realized that emancipation was real. Most Jews strove to kind of fit in and not stand out, but a small minority took advantage, much more so than the non-Jews, and said, well, I'm going to push the envelope, and I'm going to try to change it to make it. Okay, I've got Joe, and then a couple of questions. She was never ashamed of her Jewish background. She referred to herself as the Jewess, but she called herself a Catholic. She also called herself an atheist, but she insisted on Catholic last rites. Yeah. I don't think she took it seriously one way or the other. Sorry.
And way more than 5 vowel sounds. No matter what your accent, that spells trouble. That's where the International Phonetic Alphabet comes in. So we can write all
maybe I should refine that. Yeah, let me refine that. What I mean is, like, we really have, traditionalist Jews who are, observant of the halacha in the way that was common in that day. And I'm not talking about those who remain traditionalists. I think that most Jews try to conform to larger society's norms of that ideal class. So in other words, they might not, immediately convert to Lutheranism, but they would say, our non-Jewish neighbors up the street, they have, they wear white gloves on Saturday and Sunday, so I guess we should wear white gloves as well. They would try to, nowadays what the Joneses have, they would try to model themselves after non-Jewish society and not necessarily look inward to Jewish society for their values. That's what I'm trying to argue.
Between them is how open your mouth is and how close your tongue is to the roof of your mouth. For the E, the tongue is very high, close to the roof of your mouth, and the jaw is more closed. While for A,
I'm not sure. I think you have the development of a liberal bourgeoisie in the Jewish world, that is really the majority trend. I don't have data to prove this. It's just my accumulated anecdotal sense. No, that's for sure. Everybody is rebelling. But there's like a quiet rebellion where you're just ignoring it. I don't know. That's definitely not true. They're leaving. Just that some of them are leaving faster than others. I don't think I expressed that very well at all. I'll keep it in the tape anyway, so you get the historical reality. Her son is basically following her around. He tries various careers, not with too much success, and he ends up basically financially dependent on him all their life. So he's hanging around. He's always in the wings with her. Okay. Now, I want to sort of summarize up her life in one way with her personal motto, as Gandhi puts it. The phrase calm, which is difficult to translate well to English. Literally translate calm means like when, and then means same. So when the same. And if I were to translate this in my children's lexicon, then it would probably be the word whatever. Yeah, in that term, right? Whatever. Calm that means like nevertheless, I don't care, it's all the same, I'll do what I want, all that kind of emotion wrapped into one. It's like tant pis is a similar kind of phrase that she used often. Quand même is the way she lived her life. She had no regard for societal convention and no regard for what people thought of her. She did exactly what she wanted to do in life and lived in that sense a very actualized life where she followed her own distinct path. She would often revise her own autobiography to conform to whatever particular model of her self-image pertained at the time. She never married except for later in her life when she became infatuated with a Greek actor who really didn't care for her very much. And she forced him into marriage for reasons that are not clear, but she just developed a kind of a shigayon for this particular individual. And they had a very unhappy marriage where he cheated on her regularly and was very vocal and open about it. Maybe that's part of the whole celebrity building image, I don't know. But in the result, he died of a premature death. He was about 36 years old of a morphine overdose as well. Morphine was obviously a very popular drug in those days.
What's she doing, Bear? What's she doing, Bear?
The contortion and the emotion conveyed in these kinds of movies. In 1900, she continued to play the stage to the very end of her life, well into her 70s, including a long period of time after 1905 when she fell and had a terrible accident injuring her leg. Her leg became gangrenous and had to be amputated, but she continued to perform, first with a prosthetic limb, which she hated, and then later simply without the prosthetic limb at all. And people who saw her perform were actually amazed to hear that she was not even wearing the prosthesis, that she somehow managed to move around adequately and relied on her other talents as an actress and a singer to carry across the world. She ended her life with many tours into the States and throughout Europe, and her fame was certainly undiminished even in her old age when she was making the transition into the new film medium. So, I think this is the penultimate slide. Yes, the penultimate slide, which is important for us. And I just want to remark on one more idea. This is a thesis that was pioneered by a sociologist named Thomas Cudahy in a work called The Ordeal of Civility, if I remember correctly. And the question is, why is it? Okay. The question is, why is it that so many Jews during this time achieve such amazing levels of fame in their respective fields? Why is it that you have, through most of Jewish history, you have lots of Jews who contribute very actively and deeply to internal Jewish culture? Saadia Gaon, Rashi, you go on, you can find hundreds of Jews who contribute to Jewish culture. And you find only a very, very small minority of Jews contribute to Jewish culture and non-Jewish culture, like the Shmuel HaNagid, the Rambam. We talked about several of them in the first time. But in the 19th century, you have this new phenomenon of Jews who abandon their traditional Jewish identity and make incredible contributions, centuries-lasting contributions to outside society. People like Freud, Marx, Einstein, Levi-Strauss, we can go on with dozens of people. It's amazing. It's like they're aliens from another planet who are dropped into European society and make contributions far beyond their numbers. So why is this so? What creates this pattern? So Cudahy argued that it had a lot to do with the political dynamics of emancipation specifically. And he argues that in Germany in particular, for the 19th century, as Jews are always struggling and not succeeding to get emancipation, they're always like on the outside of society looking in. They're almost accepted, but not quite. If you want, it's kind of like if you're at a cocktail party and there's a group of people there that you'd like to be friendly with, but you don't really have an entree to the group, so you sort of stand on the outside and you're not quite included, but you're listening to their conversation. So because you have this feeling of being without, you are not invested in a conversation, you are a much more detached observer, and you are therefore able to actually make a much more well-balanced assessment of what it is they're actually saying, and be a social critic of that conversation. So kind of he argued that people like Freud, Marx, and so on, because they are held out, or even if they only imagine that they were rebelled from benefits of membership in the European society, they were able to be much more acute observers of what that society is of trying to escape Judaism and trying to get into a society that they're not quite admitted to, creates that kind of dynamic tension that ultimately results in phenomenal creative products. It's kind of like you can imagine that you've got a spring. If you imagine Jewish culture, it's kind of like a spring-loaded jack-in-the-box, and they're just waiting and waiting to be released. And finally, when someone opens the top, the spring jumps out, and the trajectory of leaving the box at the same time. It's very rare to have someone stay in the box. Conclusion. I'm really grateful that we're at the end of this class. We're going back to talk about Sarah Schneiner, which is a totally different topic that we'll be speaking much more about women and education in the Jewish world in particular. But when we reflect on the life of Sarah Bernhardt, we see the creation, I would like to argue, of a brand new type, the celebrity that we, of course, are inundated with today in the 21st century, and a lot of it is owing to the unique life and times of Sarah Bernhardt, the Divine Self. Thank you for your attention and indulgence.
Hi, I'm Taylor, and welcome to Crash Course Linguistics. Could you get me a glass of water? What if I asked you for water? Like some people, but certainly not me, pronounce it. For other people, that T in the middle of the word can become our brains treat these different sounds.
I'm on the camera now.
It's
Great.
still liquid H2O, whether you pronounce it
Opening joke. Sorry, I had to step outside because I forgot to download it from the cloud onto my computer. So I was standing outside using the Wi-Fi from the mall next door to download. And I had a joke in my head. Forgot it. Oh yes, I remember now. Sorry, it's a joke I told last semester, and I hope that you've all forgotten it. But it has to do with the theme of tonight's lecture, which is, we'll see, about the assimilation that occurred in early 19th century Germany, a very, very important element, disturbing element, but a very important element in the history of Jews in Europe. As you can see, the crowd is kind of withering because a lot of people have gone up north for the season, but we still have a massive internet audience. So to all of you who've gone up north, and to all of you all around the world, in the Philippines and Turkey and everywhere else, but people watch us. I'm not joking. There are actually 6 people in Turkey who watch my lectures.
Say hi to my relatives.
Hello, from relatives in Istanbul. Okay, so anyways, here's a joke. There's a guy who wants to join a restricted country club. Do you remember this joke? I did tell it last semester. I'll tell it again. Just laugh really loud because a few people in here, it changes the dynamic. So he wants to get in, but when he goes to apply to get into the club, the owner says, or the general manager says, listen, I'm sorry, Mr. Goldstein, I hope you realize that we are a restricted country club. We have a very special clientele, and I just don't think you fit in here. And he says, well, what does it take to get in? I certainly have the wherewithal, the membership dues, things like that. I can show you my portfolio. It's very impressive, but, we cater to a certain type of person, and I don't think you'd really be comfortable here. So he says, well, what does it take to enter? He says, well, first of all, you have to have a sponsor. Someone who is currently a member has to sponsor you. So he says, well, can I see who are members here? I said, sure. And he brings out the membership list, looks down the list, Abercrombie and Barclay and Cohen. Oh, perfect. So he says, I'm going to go over to Rep Cohen's house, and I'm going to say, listen, can you sponsor me to enter this country club? So he leaves the office, and he drives over to Cohen's house, knocks on the door, big mansion. Cohen opens the door, and says, Shalom Aleichem, Red Jew. My name is Goldstein, and I'd like to join Flaming Crosses Country Club. And I was hoping that you would sponsor me. And Colin says, listen very carefully, Mr. Goldstein. I am a Presbyterian. And my father was a Presbyterian. And even my grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. If the laughter is really much louder. Okay, here we go. Tonight's lecture is about Raphael Varnhagen, a very significant character as an emblem, really, of some profound and sometimes also disturbing social trends in 19th century Europe. You'll get a sense from the lecture that, in fact, this is not a Saturday morning sermon. In many ways, this is going to be difficult and problematic. Maybe that's why we have a thinner audience today. But it nevertheless addresses issues that first seriously arose at the beginning of the 19th century and continue to plague the Jewish world today. We'd like to thank Mr. Eliezer Hermes for sponsoring today's lecture. We really appreciate the support. Being here is sponsorship enough. We love it. But for those of you who are up in New York and New Jersey enjoying the fair weather there, we certainly encourage you to sponsor. I think we have 3 or maybe 4 of the most lectures left that are not sponsored, and otherwise we're great. Okay. Her dates are 1771 to 1833. She lived the entirety of her life in Berlin, with the exception of some traveling in the region of northern Germany. Her most important claim to fame, and this is on a global level, and she's much better known perhaps in German history than she is in Jewish history, is that she maintained one of the 19th century's most significant salons. I'll spend some time in the lecture talking about what a salon actually is and what it meant to German culture, but that is primarily her most significant contribution to world culture. But at the same time, although she was of Jewish origin, she ultimately converted to Christianity, like many of her peers, and in fact she could not wait to shed the burden of Judaism and join generic culture in a Christian mold. So we have to explore exactly why that was and why that trend continues to today, and what perhaps are the antidotes and the challenges to meeting that difficulty. What I'd like to say at the outset is that if we were to be parachuted into early 19th century Germany, and we would go into a large city like Berlin, and you would see young Jewish people who were thinking about conversion to Christianity, the correct question would not be, why would they do it? The correct question would be, why not? Why should they not? The pressures to convert to Christianity were overwhelming. It was not a coercive pressure. It was a vacuum that was sucking into the outside world, because there was very little in the Jewish world to hold them fast to their traditional ancient values and beliefs. The rabbinic establishment had by and large failed the youth of that period to invest in them a sense of the value of Jewish cultural tradition. They found it desiccated and without meaning, and when they looked at the outside world, they saw only opportunity and possibility, and it was merely a small, meaningless ritual of baptism that kept them from joining the larger stream, the larger current, shall we say, of world culture and participating in all of the exciting things that were happening out there. We, sitting here in a synagogue in the late 21st century, are the survivors of that phenomenon. And for us, because of our perspective, it looks so alien. In fact, it says, why would you want to do that? Such a betrayal of thousands of years of Jewish history, so many generations of Jews. But in reality, if we were to put ourselves properly in that historical context, the choice would have been clear, and was clear for many Jews at the time. We represent what many sociologists call the hardening of the core. As the periphery becomes much more diffuse, as the outsides of the population become less, entrenched in core values, they tend to fritter away, and the people who remain towards the center, kind of centrifugal force, centripetal force, are drawn in closer. So we're kind of in close to the core. We feel the gravity of the Torah. feel the gravity of the Torah and we circle. Okay, I can't get it any further. But the idea is we stay close to the center here, and it's hard for us to understand what's happening on the periphery. But nevertheless, that is really the phenomenon we're going to be looking at. All those Jews at the periphery, and as we shall see, they were the largest proportion by far. To put it in historical context, this is an era when all the countries of Western Europe were exploring the possibility of emancipating Jews. Emancipation essentially referred to the transference of transient status of the Jews, which they currently enjoy or endured, to citizenship status. Like, for example, I have to be a Canadian citizen. I hold a green card, so I have certain rights and privileges to live in this country, and I can travel relatively freely in and out of the country, things like that. But, nevertheless, I am still a landed immigrant, and I could lose those rights, lose those privileges under all kinds of circumstances. I can stay here for a very long time. I have like a year on my card, and I have to renew it and things like that. But that's basically the status of Jews in Europe for 800 years. They were transients, subject to the whim of the ruler. That's an excellent question. I'm going to have some slides on it in about 40 minutes. And they're good slides. And they're things we can do right now. And that's the way the Jews were. So a lot of the states in Europe were exploring ways of perhaps emancipating the Jews, not emancipating the Jews. There were arguments for and against, as we shall see. We look very quickly at each of the countries that were really important. France is caught up in the zeitgeist of the revolutionary era. And although when they first proclaimed liberté, égalité, fraternité, liberty, equality, and brotherhood, they didn't think of including the Jews. In fact, they didn't think of including women. And when they were specifically asked by Marie Bouge to include women in that statement, they said, no, that's ridiculous. We're only dealing with men's emancipation. The women's question would take quite a bit longer to solve. So the Jews put up their hand and said, what about us? And the French revolutionaries said, wait a second. No, we weren't thinking of you either. But ultimately, within a few months, in the year 1790, France emancipated the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne. The Sephardic Jews were really much more acculturated to French society. They were francophones. They dressed like French people. They did not live in such tight little discrete knots like they did on the German border in Alsace-Lorraine. And so they received emancipation in 1790. And 1 year later, in 1791, they extended as well even to the much more indigestible mass of Ashkenazi Jews living on the border with Germany with their distinct Yiddish language, not French, with their high concentration in certain areas of the economy, with their distinctive dress and so on. They too were considered French citizens. And ultimately, they confirmed that. 20 years later, there was a challenge to it. Many people in France felt that the Jews were taking advantage of their emancipated status to economically dominate the rest of the population. Their residence rights were unlimited at this point. They had no discriminatory legislation keeping them within certain economic activities. And as a result, they petitioned Napoleon, who was at that time, I believe he already proclaimed himself emperor, or perhaps lived there for shortly. They said, wait a minute, it was a mistake to emancipate the Jews. So Napoleon, in a very bold move, asked that the Jews assemble an authoritative body that could answer on behalf of real Jews. Right? Sometimes it happens, it makes people feel better. Sometimes when, as Rabbi Darrell Wine likes to say, never confuse Jews with Judaism. Judaism is great, Jews sometimes. So every now and then when a Jew does something wrong, like behaves badly in line or something like that, I feel compelled to go up to the person who's offended and say, listen, on behalf of world Jewry, I want to apologize. It makes you feel better. Apologize. We'll edit that part out. So what Napoleon does, he brings together the great Sanhedrin, and he asks them some very basic questions. The Great Sanhedrin, I should tell you, it was an amazing achievement to bring together this body that had not met since the ancient world. And it was met with some suspicion, but a great deal of enthusiasm in Western Europe as well. It was headed by the great commentator on the Mishnah, David Sinsheim. But the majority of the people who were in the Sanhedrin were actually non-observant. They were maskilim, who really wanted emancipation to be confirmed by Napoleon. So he asked them several pointed questions that were designed to try and measure their degree of attachment to the French homeland. He said, for example, do the Jews regard themselves as Frenchmen or something else? And of course he said, well, we regard ourselves as Frenchmen. Men again. And then he said, so if we were to get into a war with, let's say, Germany, the Jews of France would fight for France, right? And they all, as the minutes record, stood at once and they shouted, jusqu'à la mort. We'll fight for France just to the death. Well, it doesn't matter. We will certainly defend France. And then he asked them a couple more questions that are sort of like, more ambiguous answers. He asked them, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? And the Sanhedrin says, don't answer. They said yes. They said yes. They sort of said, well, technically, could you repeat the question? They said yes. They said it with a great deal of kind of like padding, saying that we don't recommend it. Yeah, cross your hands from the back. It's not acknowledged and not encouraged, but if a French man marries a Jewish man marries a French woman, then we do not have the power to dissolve that relationship. Why would they say yes to such an obvious no answer? Exactly. They knew what Napoleon wanted to hear. They knew that Napoleon wanted to hear.
Other people can relearn how to speak through extensive practice building on their abilities.
Exactly. We knew what answer Napoleon wanted, and the Sanhedrin said, yes, it can't, yeah, okay. And we gave it away to Napoleon, and Napoleon said, fine, so you guys, I'm not going to listen to the critics, and your emancipation is confirmed. He did put in place some anti-Semitic legislation at that point, which is larger than our discussion for now, but nevertheless, that confirmed emancipation, and in many ways, the faithful answers of the Assembly of Notables, later known as the Sanhedrin, charted the way the Jews would sail their existence through modern states. Here's a great picture. Napoleon here in kind of Caesarian garb and kind of a background of ancient Israel with the menorah and the Judean hills in the background. And he is, like Caesar, lifting the smaller woman who represents Judaism from the ground. You see that she's holding the 10 tablets here, and she's looking longingly up to Napoleon as her savior. He did have really messianic complexion to himself, where these critics here of the church and other movements are all telling Napoleon, no, you simply can't do that, you can't rescue Judaism, allow Judaism to fade away into the distant past. Napoleon, on the other hand, views himself as very heroic, and as Napoleon, he actually had a coin minted for this occasion, which is, I could not find a copy of it on the internet to show you, but it has Napoleon literally as Moses giving the 10 Commandments to a Jew. No, well, the Catholics are an entirely different situation because France is predominantly Catholic, and he has his own problems with the Catholic Church. He wants to control it. But the Jews were the most significant non-Christian minority, by far the most significant. Yes, that's right. This would be after his trip through Egypt. I believe it. I'm not positive. Good question. But he definitely had a lot of respect for the Jews. Okay, Austria, a little different. This happens to be I couldn't think of a good picture to put here. This is from an Austrian anti-Semitic cartoon from 1918. Totally out of context, but it shows like kind of a real Jewish conspiracy here. Austria goes another route. Austria will not confer citizenship on its Jewish citizens. They don't really have citizenship for anybody. They only have subject status. However, the Austrians confirmed the permanency of Jewish residence by promoting something called the Edict of Toleration. And that was 10 years before, sorry, it was about 10 years before the Jews were emancipated fully in France. The Jews in Austria were given the right to dwell permanently and basically equal treatment under the law, which was a huge thing for Austrian Jews. They did not enjoy that in Russia. But that's essentially what we want. I mean, here again, I'm a Canadian, I have a green card, but if someone takes a baseball bat and smashes up my car, if I go to the court system, I will have, at least in theory, the same protections as if I were a citizen, because I'm legally in this country and therefore I should have the same protections of law. That's essentially what the state gave the Jews in Austria. So for them, it was a little bit easier. Russia had a terrible time with it. Russia did not grant the Jews equal status until 1917, and that was only because the Romanov Empire fell and a new government took its place. They abolished the Pale of Settlement and so on, but Russia basically tried to hold the line with the very medieval attitude right up until the 20th century. All kinds of absurdities like a state prosecution of the blood libel in the Bayless trial of 1911. So this was really the last holdup of Europe. But what we have to concentrate on is Germany. Germany is one of the most problematic states vis-a-vis emancipation. They neither held their ground like Russia and tried to keep the Jews in the medieval world, nor did they rush ahead into emancipation like France, nor did they find an easy compromise like Austria did. Germany wrestled with the idea of emancipation for 100 years, going back and forth, heavily affected by the French invasions during the Napoleonic era, also during the Revolution of 1848, and they could not come to terms as a larger society. Again, it's not even a unified country at this point. They could not come to terms with what to do with their significant Jewish population who were concentrated in the cities. In some of the larger cities, Jews were as much as 30% of the population. That's a very significant element, and we didn't know what to do with it. We spoke in the class on Rabbi Hirsch about the Jewish response attempting to slavishly imitate German values and German norms in order to demonstrate to the Germans that Jews were deserving of emancipation, but that's not the story that we're going to explore today. By the way, this image, again, is very short on ideas for images. This is a 1920 anti-Semitic book cover. The title reads "The Sin Against the Blood," a novel of the times by Dr. Arthur Dinto. And it shows the Aryan man here, muscular and so on, no shirt, and the Jewish vulture who's weighing him down and will eventually feed on his carcass. So it's a novel that speaks about, or not really a novel, even though he calls it a roman. It's a book that speaks to the German fears of eventual Jewish domination. This is something that we'll explore in a later class when we talk about Hannah Shemesh. So let's get past this for a second. How did Jews relate to it? The Haskalah, which we touched on briefly in the lecture on Rav Hirsch, there's a significant difference between how the Haskalah was implemented in Western Europe as opposed to Eastern Europe. Haskalah, you recall, is the modernizing movement within Judaism, of trying to take Judaism and make it more adaptable to the modern world. How that was expressed, in Western Europe, it was openly assimilationist. Many Maskilim themselves took the final step of converting to Christianity and urging their followers to do so, whereas in Eastern Europe, meaning basically Poland and Russia, to a certain degree parts of Hungary, they did not become assimilationist. They generally, some exceptions maybe with Poland, they tried to change Jewish culture in either a Zionist or a socialist direction. Very different kind of approach. In Western Europe, it advocated linguistic training in the vernacular, German in our context. In Eastern Europe, they did not really press the use of Russian or Polish. Again, Polish is a little bit different. They did not push Russian for sure. They advocated Jews becoming proficient in modern Hebrew or the standardization of a literary Yiddish. We will talk about in 2 weeks or after Pesach with the Shalom Aleichem. In Western Europe, there are many leading non-Jewish intellectuals like Christian Willem van Doom, one of the most important of this period, who advocated for the Jews and argued that Jews should be granted equal status. In Eastern Europe, none of that was happening. There were not similar figures who were supporting the Jews. But we're concentrating on Western Europe for today. Yes?
Did the Western European Jews assimilate, but at the same token try to keep their Jewish or Jewishness
There's a spectrum. There's really a spectrum here. There's some who abandoned Judaism entirely and wanted to totally bury any kind of memory of a Jewish background. Others wanted to keep a Yiddish atam to things, and others really tried to keep Judaism in its integral form, as we discussed in the lecture on Rabbi, but adapt the externalities. You don't have a significant ultra-Orthodox population in Germany where they're trying to deny modernity, but those are basically the ranges. The opposition to emancipation comes from the outside, fears that the Jews, if they were emancipated, would constitute an état dans l'état, a state within a state, because they are such a well-organized people that they could network so effectively, and economically they could form monopolies and eventually fix prices and things like that. This early idea, the early form of racism called Völkism, which is basically a proto-racism where the Germans believed that there was a certain natural quality to the quote-unquote German soul, and Jews could not participate in that, and they wanted to exclude them from those sort of things. And general fears of Jewish domination, particularly in the cultural sphere, where Jews were very active in literature, the arts, and so on. This is an interesting joke postcard, and to submit it from the early 18th century, and it shows a generational difference between German Jewish father and mother, whose children are of an age where they're just beginning to learn courtly dancing. And this is something that father and mother never did, but they dressed their children up in the latest non-Jewish fashion. You can see his sisters are still hanging out over here, but they look quite awkward trying to dance. That's the joke of this picture. They don't look graceful. They look rather simian in appearance and form, all angles jutting out, the heavy nose, the ragged hair, and things like that. And the message of this kind of postcard, of which there are hundreds of examples, are the Jews may look like they're trying to fit in, but there's no way they'll fit in. They're always going to be maladroit, they're always going to be inept at things that are truly German because they don't have it in their blood. They can't do it. Okay, last contextual slide. We come to the aspect of gender emancipation. I've already discussed how, in general, women were disenfranchised from these movements of the period. Even in France, which had the most radical emancipation movement for non-Jews. But Jewish women were quite anxious to find ways to build status in this environment. And one of the ways that was created, and Dr. Varnhagen was extremely important in this, was the establishment of this thing called the salon. The word salon is French for living room, and it simply is a sort of a monthly open house that these women, typically upper middle class Jewish women, sometimes converted, sometimes on the verge of converting, would have, and they would open their homes to two basic classes of people. They would open their homes to wealthy individuals in whose society they would like to mix. So it was kind of a social climbing sort of thing. You throw a party, and you invite people who had a little more status than you in the hopes that you will be included in their circle. And they would also invite up-and-coming young intellectuals, often who had no connection to the intellectual establishment of the era. Meaning they often did not hold university positions, they did not have any established exhibitions of their artwork, things like this. And they were kind of like the entertainment. So you would invite, cutting-edge new poets and artists and literati paparazzi and journalists, and you bring them to your home, and you also invite these wealthy people whose circle you like to bring together. And there was entertainment for the wealthy and hopefully patronage for the intellectuals at the same time. And they created this environment which is completely separate, and really a novum, completely separate from the established venues of status seeking that were existing today. This was not a university lecture open to the public. This was someone's private home. There was status associated with it. And you know, if you could get the right people, any home would do. So these salons, which were really designed by Jewish women who were seeking status and were blocked other more conventional ways of gaining status, really became the cultural sensation of the first half of the 19th century. And it gave many young intellectuals a tremendous start in their careers. Speaking of Varnhagen in particular, if you're familiar with 19th century German history, it's like she has a whole cavalcade of stars passing through her doors. I think the two most famous, one earlier in her career and one much later in her career, are the great poet and writer Goethe, who was a member of her salon, and much later, the Jewish poet Heinrich Heine, who was also one of the people who crossed her threshold. So that's where she made her major impact in world history. No, women and men. Absolutely, it's men. Yeah, it's not so fun. It's just like fun. Okay. So let's talk about Varnhagen in particular. She came from a wealthy background. Her father was a jewel merchant. He afforded his children not too much in the way of a Jewish education. Part of the failure of the Jewish establishment at that time was that people tended to rest on the simple inertia of thousands of years of Jewish culture. They just figured that since I do it, and my father did it, and my grandfather did it, you'll do it too. They'll just keep going because it's always been going, with very little investment in new energy to create education for their children. The sons got a very rudimentary education in what was necessary to maintain regional status, how to get an aliyah at shul, that kind of thing, and the daughters got nothing. What made this a little bit worse was that these patriarchal attitudes affected Rahel Varnhagen very seriously when her father died. Because according to traditional Jewish practice, the sons inherit, daughters do not inherit when there are sons. I gotta speak carefully because I have my daughter Aviza in the audience right now. But your brothers inherit, not you. Wait a second, that gets worse. And then, if God forbid your mother and I were to pass on, and your 13-year-old brother Alexander becomes, that primogenitor, is the first boy, then you would have to ask him for money for your daily upkeep. How do you like that? Is that hand raised in opposition there? Yeah, go ahead. Well, who says you can earn the money?
Babies are raised with access to sign language from a very young age. They follow the same developmental stages as their hearing cues.
As we are.
From that solid foundation of language they have complete access to,
Okay.
they can learn further languages, including spoken or written language. But because of prejudice against deaf people, some deaf babies are raised without a sign language and taught
No,
only spoken
you don't.
language that they can't
But if you're
fully
married,
access.
there's a separate rule.
Sign
I'll tell you about that rule later.
Before or after the wedding?
Yeah, that's fine. Mine's the thing. Okay, so anyways, what you can do, and what your mother and I have done, by the way, is you can create these things called matana mechayim, a gift while alive, such that our will is set up so that you don't have to rely on Alexander to give you money. Okay? So, yeah, God willing, it's 120 years. It's a but this is not the way they set it up. It's really a system that works very well in the ancient world and in the early modern period, well, maybe in the medieval period, where you have women always living within the shadow of men, either a father or a husband, and under rare circumstances a brother. But as you're merging into the modern economy and things like that, there are a lot of stressors involved. So what ended up happening is the brothers took over the business, and they just could not wait to marry off Rahel and her older sister. Because the idea was once they get married, then the brothers are no longer responsible for their upkeep, and so they're really trying to push them out of the house. It worked very well with her, her younger sister got married first, but they could not marry Rahel off right away. In fact, it took place. She was not married until she was in her 40s. Part of the reason one might think was because she had a very poor self-image in a couple of different ways. One of them was that she had an extremely negative view of her own physical appearance. Let me return to that when I just tell you the slide that we just skipped over. One of the reasons we know so much about her and about her circle and her activity was because she wrote literally thousands of letters, which her devoted husband later published posthumously. And so through her, we have a tremendous source text, a database of what it was like to be a Jewish woman of this class at that time in Germany. She is kind of like the Glück of Camel, but on the other side of the assimilationist divide, 100-odd years later. This is a German postage stamp that ironically alludes to this aspect of her activity as a letter writer. So, as a youth, she was very conflicted about her personal appearance. She went on and on for pages about how she found her face was so unremarkable. I mean, she looks pretty good in these pictures. We have lots of pictures of her, but she was especially disappointed with her chin. Spent a lot of time talking about her chin. And perhaps out of this kind of frustration with her difficulty getting a shidduch, that she was openly quite rebellious as well. She flaunted the Shloka Bores by openly violating the Sabbath. And violating the Sabbath was the kind of thing that people would regularly do at home in private, but she would go riding in a carriage on the Sabbath, which was a public violation, which is somehow stepping over the boundary of what even acculturated or assimilating Jews would do at the time. A friend of the family remarked on her position when she was a young person that her suffering is greater than its cause. Meaning, what has she got to complain about? I mean, she comes from a wealthy background, she has a healthy family, so her chin is a little bit weak. That's something to be upset about. But this is the kind of youth that she led. With regards to her Judaism, she had a very ambivalent and perhaps I would say even negative attitude. Look at this quote, which I'll read out loud. She writes in one of her letters to a Jewish young man named David Wright, who she had about 3 or 4 years of correspondence with. Never ended up in a romantic relationship, but she wrote, I had a strange fancy. It is as if some supra-mundane being, God, just as I was thrust into this world, plunged these words with a dagger into my heart. Quote, yes, have sensibility. See the world as you see it. Be great and noble. But I add one thing more, be a Jewess. And now my life is a slow bleeding to death. Every evil, every misfortune, every vexation is from God. She describes her Judaism as a slow bleeding to death. Meaning that her attachment to the Jewish people is just in her way, left and right, constantly. She can't move in the right circles. She can't attend university. She's constantly blocked with things that she can never really express herself. She's an intellectual, but she does not find satisfaction in the Jewish tradition nor in her Jewish circle of friends, leading to a tremendous degree of frustration that we see today. Her social aspirations were grand, like many women of the time. Henrietta Hertz is shown here. And she's like at that class in society where her family has attained a certain degree of wealth, but they cannot translate that wealth into social status. So she's always on the fringes, outside of society, wanting to get in. And this is a constant refrain on her part that she feels that it is her Jewish background which is keeping her from really mixing with the true society. I know she's a very admirable character up to this point, but again, I think I told you, it's not a Saturday morning drush. But like many people of her generation basically converted, and that was a ticket, as Heinrich Heine put it, to general culture. Simply converted to Christianity, and then it was all over. Then you could mix with everyone, and it was negligible once they had converted. Many, like Henrietta Hertz, simply waited till their parents died, and within days of their death, she simply converted, and then she was off again. Rachel Barnhagen would ultimately convert on the day of her marriage, as we shall see shortly. She was engaged twice to rather interesting people, but the engagement slept on for several years and ended up being invalidated in the end, including Don Rafael, who not sure how to pronounce that, who was the Spanish consul delegate to Berlin. She was engaged to him. How do you pronounce that? That sounds so good. And they broke it off after 2 years of engagement. She was not ultimately married until quite a bit later. Yes, still got a question?
Language changes typically incremental, but sometimes there's a situation that's perfect for the creation of an entirely new language. Let's head to the
society they moved in became so suffused with Jews that the level of acceptance was generally total. Definitely, when you move a little bit lower in the socioeconomic run, there's a lot of seething mistrust that will eventually bubble to the surface when we get to the 1870s. And we'll talk perhaps in another class about Heinrich von Treitschke and his Napoleon invades in 1806, and this spells the beginning of the end for von Hagen in many ways. Her salon is broken up because Berlin has been taken over by the French. And many of her close associates flee the town, and they're not able to gather in the same way they had before. The family business falls apart. The brothers stop sending as much money to her and her mother, and they ultimately cannot afford the home that they're living in, so the mother and Rahel have a huge falling out, and she moves to a small apartment, which is more in line with the very modest means that the brothers are supplying. In 1808, she meets Varnhagen. I don't want to go into his biography in great detail. It takes quite a while, but by 1814, she ultimately settles and decides to marry him at age 43. They do not have children. Her salon basically is all over, and that takes us basically to the end of her life. This is a picture, by the way, of Varnhagen's salon, a period picture. So if we look at her legacy, and I have lots more slides, usually I use the legacy as the last slide, but I promised you some kind of upbeat motive, so we're going to move to America briefly. She is, even though I've given you really the highlights of her biography, it's not a heroic biography in Jewish terms. However, to the outside world, she is viewed as a cultural icon. Many times by Jewish women who identify with her and with her frustrations. The most prominent of which is, of course, her biography, the great philosopher Hannah Arendt, who also has a problematic biography of her own. She had some very close relationships with professors when she was in Germany, and those professors ended up becoming Nazis, even though she was a Jewess who eventually moved to the United States. And she wrote perhaps the most important biography of Varnhagen, has been translated to English as well. So she, for some women, she represents kind of like the heroism of someone who is constantly held down by society that will not recognize their potential because of their religious background and their gender, and somehow she rises above it to create something much greater than herself through her promotion of general culture. Her literary efforts, although not resulting in a book or something like that, the letters nevertheless are extremely powerful. She was a very effective writer, and it makes for really quite exciting reading, even in the 21st century. But from a Jewish perspective, what's for Mädel is this? What kind of a young woman is this, and why are we looking at her so much? So I would like to contend with looking at her specifically because the kind of problems that Rahel Varnhagen experienced 200 years ago are precisely the ones that we are still dealing with today. To that end, I would like to share with you some statistics from the National Jewish Population Survey, and I will conclude with the famous Heilman thesis. So before I take you to these statistics, did I say a question? Yeah.
Did you say that kind of simulation that was going on in Germany at that time would be comparable to what we have today in the United States?
Yes. There are different futures. In many ways, the assimilation in America is far worse at least Bonhagen knew what a Passover Seder was supposed to look like. At least she knew something about what it meant to observe Shabbos. As my Rabbi used to teach, we're coming up to Pesach, the story of the four sons. So my Rabbi, always used to say, it's not four brothers, it's four sons. The Zeta is the Chacham. He's the one who actually practiced Judaism as it was in the old country. Then there's the father, who is the Rasha, who, abandons Judaism and so on, and he says, what is all this for? I don't need this. The Tan is the grandson, who seems that his father and his grandfather have some kind of conflict, and he just goes along with things, but at least he has some consciousness of what Zadie does on Pesach. But the fourth son, the great-grandson, is the one who does not know how to ask. He doesn't even have a concept of what Pesach is like. So we're living, as he used to say, like orphans at a Shiva house, where, we have all these people coming in to visit us, and it seems exciting, and we're very, like we see little children at a Shiva house, they think it's fun because, look, all these relatives, all these people, and they don't realize the reason why these people are coming is something very tragic and sad. That's really our generation. Your son doesn't show up. Okay, so let me take you to the National Jewish Population Survey. This is a major survey that is conducted every 10 years by Federation. It is somewhat controversial. I'm showing you the 2000 results. There are 2010 results which are slowly being released and are problematic. And 1990 results were just shocked the Jewish world. The Federation movement really changed dramatically when those results came out. So there's a little bit of debate over the specific numbers. Demographers will quibble about them, but let's just look at the general patterns. First of all, intermarriage in America, as the caption here says, have increased since 1970, but the rate of increase has slowed since 1980. So I think that caption is trying to put a positive spin on a really negative graph. Because ultimately, in the last decade of the 20th century, 47% of Jews got married and non-Jews. That's almost half, and according to some estimates, it was actually over half. So just think of it, you have 100 Jews getting married, 47 of them are marrying a non-Jewish partner. That's a terrifying thing. And that's only slightly up from the 1980s. It's been like that for about 30 years. There's no reason to think it will be any less in the last decade as well. Yeah.
Can you define further similarities among other sounds to establish a wider?
Okay, I'm going to get back on the market. I don't know what the second there. Actually, I think I have some statistics. Intermarriage is far more likely in second marriage. So, the divorce rate may be up for intra-Jewish marriages, but the chances of those people then remarrying another Jew are even less. So that's a really scary statistic, and perhaps this is like the clarion call for all of us. So intermarriage is perhaps the lead motif, the litmus test of what constitutes Jewish identity. But the truth is that, and this is something we should all know obviously, but the statistics really bear it out, that education at childhood level is the best antidote to anti-marriage. Like, for example, asking intermarried Jews, did you have any Jewish education? 43% said no. So, looking at the causality problem the other way, the high degree of low Jewish education is positively correlated with intermarriage. You don't send your kids to day school, that's the way there's a much higher chance of them intermarrying. And it drops. 29% were Jews who went to multiple days a week Jewish school. Like I did myself, I went to a public school during the daytime, and then for 3 years I went for a couple of hours to the local Jewish school to learn a little bit about people and things like that. A funny story, it's a great story really about how my parents went through so much sacrifice to give me that education. I'm scared to put it on the internet so many people should see it, but I will tell you this, my father would appreciate this. When my father was inquiring from his cousins and his brothers and sisters, what school should I send Henry to? And the parents said, well, send him to this school. They said, send him to this school, that school. But whatever you do, don't send them to that Orthodox school because they're crazy over there. So my father kind of got ideas. He said that's exactly what he's saying. I ended up going to an Orthodox school, but it was just like heathens. This 23% were Jews who attend once a week. So in other words, if children who go to, let's say, Sunday school, it's still a significant decrease in the risk of marriage, but it's really only half of no Jewish education. And in Jewish day school, in the Shiva experience, 7% of kids who went to a Jewish day school will intermarry. That's an alarming statistic, but it's certainly far less alarming than no Jewish education whatsoever. So the best way to deal with this problem, ab initio, is to make sure that your kids get a good Jewish education. The good news also is that the trend is moving in that direction. This is another example of a way, but the Jews who retain a closer connection to Judaism definitely are getting more Jewish than they used to be. And I have a slide about that as well. So, polling adults and children who are, what kind of education they get. So, adults say 27% say they got no Jewish education, children only 21%. Who got 1 day a week, adults said 32%, Jewish children said 25%. And when we go here to Jewish day school, the situation is actually reversed. 12% of adults can say they had a Jewish education at day school level, but 29% of kids, 1 out of 3 kids, have a Jewish day school education. That's pretty impressive. Dade County actually has especially high marks in this regard. They're doing pretty well. Last slide, I think. Yeah, well, let's skip this one here. Let's go straight to the last slide, but I'll take questions before I do the Heilman pieces. Any arguments or discussion so far? Absolutely. That's the big story. The big story is all the people who are missing, who are not in this. We're measuring smaller and smaller numbers of people. Again, the hardening of the core. It may look nice if you're looking at the core, but if you look at the whole picture, it's really terrifying. Okay, I'm going to share with you now the Heilman thesis. This is basically the work of Samuel Heilman. He's very important, probably the most important Jewish sociologist alive today. He's written many important books. This is taken from his seminal work, Portrait of the Jews in the latter half of the 20th century. And he didn't put it in a graphic form like this. Maybe, Dr. Heilman, if you ever see this, you'll put it in one of your books, something like this, maybe with a professional art. But basically, he contrasts 2 groups of people. He contrasts the Jewish community in America at the midpoint of the last century, about 1960, let's say, or 1950, with the Jews at the end of the 20th century, let's say 2012 or 2000. And if you were to roughly graph Jews in terms of their level of Jewish identification, you get 2 very different curves. Let me explain the chart. Don't do my part. Suit stretches. Not flat on the internet, so everybody can see it. Yeah. So this chart here shows roughly what it looked like if you were to take a picture of American Jews around 1950 or 1960. You would have a significant number of Jews who were highly assimilated, with very little attachment to their Judaism whatsoever, no Jewish practices at all, perhaps a consciousness that became of Jewish background, but really no connection to it was meaningful in any way. You would have a very large proportion of Jews who had some Jewish identity. And you can measure this identification either in terms of religious practice or in, let's say, Zionism or in some form of cultural Judaism. Like, for example, if you're really a big proponent of Yiddishism, or if you're a big Jewish theater goer or something like that. So there's a large number of Jews who have some Jewish identity. And you also have a large number that have, let's say, moderate Jewish identity, which would include things like, let's say, keeping kosher home, but not being so careful about keeping kosher out of the house. Right? You keep a kosher home, a lot of effort. Out of the house, maybe not so much. You go to shul on Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, the rest of the year not. But you are very careful. You fast on Yom Kippur, let's say. Or maybe you light Shabbos candles and then you watch the news. So there's like, or again, not only in religious terms, high Jewish identification might be something like, or moderate Jewish identity might be something like, you visited Israel once. You give every year to the Federation, and you went to Israel once. You don't go to Israel every 4 or 5 years, but you did go to Israel once. That was a big trip. So that would be over here. And the bulk of American Jews would be in this section. Then you have down here at the bottom a small number of American Jews who are highly identified. These are the Jews who are living completely within the yeshiva world, or completely within the Zionist world, or within the Jewish socialist world, but their whole life is about being Jewish. The vast majority of their friends are Jewish. They do Jewish things, read Jewish books, practice Jewish rituals, things like that. Essentially, Orthodox Jews pretty much are all in this highly identified section. So to sum up, 1950, you have kind of a camel hump, where most American Jews are in the moderately affiliated range up here. Now, if you look at American Jews, says Dr. Heilman, 50 or 60 years later, it's the opposite. You have a much higher proportion of highly assimilated Jews, just as we were talking about a minute ago. This is the periphery. Jews who have very little or no connection to their Jewish background, observe no rituals, never visited Israel, never given to a Jewish charity. Even the UJA doesn't know they exist. And that's really saying something, because if you get on the UJA mailing list, the only way to get off is through the FBI Witness Protection Program. So, very high proportion of Jews in this category. But instead of going up into the moderate identity, this population of Jews with some or with moderate Jewish identity virtually disappears. I mean, among my generation, I don't know anyone who keeps kosher at home and treif out of the house. Maybe they have, milk inflation in China, Chinese, but no, everybody, they either keep kosher all over, or they don't keep kosher at all. What's the point of halfway? Those Jews are gone. Those Jews are basically bottomed out, moderately affiliated. And here on the far end, the highly identified, there's clearly an uptick in the highly identified Jewish population. The Orthodox population, for sure, has grown significantly, and there's more day schools, more daf yomis, all kinds of things like that. So Heilman cautions us to say, don't feel so happy about this uptick in the highly Jewish identified, because he says it's a temporary bubble. He says that we cannot sustain this population. The reason is because of the Abramson rule in history. Relax. The Abramson rule, money, all about money. Because listen to this, and he demonstrates this with startling clarity. In 1950, when these Jews here in the moderately affiliated range, when they gave their charitable donations, they always gave their money to the right. They always gave their money to Jews who were more affiliated than they and their institutions. They always gave money to, they didn't send their kid to a Beis Yaakov, but if the Mashiach came, they wrote a check for the Beis Yaakov. They didn't go to Israel maybe more than once, and they charitably towards Jewish institutions, which made it possible for these Jews on the high end of the identification spectrum, with the incredibly onerous burden of day school tuition, these Jews made it possible financially, which was a tremendous difference, and made it possible for this population to actually grow. However, when you get to our time, these Jews are now gone. There are very few of them. They are much, much wealthier. Jewish per capita wealth has soared, but when they give their money charitably, they give it out to more assimilated causes, or even totally non-Jewish causes, like the art gallery. They may be very valuable institutions, like the March of Dimes and things like that, but they're not Jewish institutions by any means. And so all of the money that used to fund this lifestyle over here has been disappearing dramatically, which makes it, according to Heilman, untenable for Jews to remain in this population. He actually ends his book on a very dark note by saying that if a solution is not reached to this scissors crisis, where the expenses go up and the resources go down, then he says American Jewry is heading for a disaster that could completely gut its population. And he argues that the solution is to immigrate to Israel. It's only in Israel with state-sponsored tuition and things like that can the high levels of Jewish identification be maintained. Now, whether or not the majority of American Jews are going to take Heilman up on that offer, no one yet has really refuted his economics, and it's one of the more scary aspects of American Jewish culture. I will formally end now, and I'll take questions, but I want to mention the upside of all this. We're talking about Rachel Bonhoeffer, and in many ways, her drive to assimilate to Western society is endemic of a regional crisis where Jews fail to educate their youth appropriately. You see, statistically, it's incredibly important that we provide for Jewish education at all levels, but particularly for those sensitive childhood and adolescent years. And I urge you to think of that carefully when you decide your own charitable donations for the country. Thank you very much for your attention and your indulgence, and we'll turn off the camera if I'll take questions.
It's no wonder there's no widely agreed upon total number of languages in the world. To make that number more accurate by supporting the rights of children to access education in their language, fighting for the visibility of smaller languages, not discriminating against people for the way they speak, and dismantling the assumption that there's
Joe
always
Weiss,
a one-to-one
and he's always got 25 jokes for me. Usually 24 of them are not something I can repeat in this class. So I'll try this one, and I'll see if this is the first time I'm telling this joke, so I don't know if we'll go over, but enough apologies. So there's this university in Oxford. I had the privilege of spending 2 post-doctoral fellowships in Oxford. Oxford is a beautiful town. I really enjoyed it. And they have this gorgeous carillon there. But it's a very, very difficult carillon to play. It's got all these big bells in it, and you have to have tremendous upper body strength to be able to pull the clappers and things like that to make the bells ring. So they've been trying forever and ever to get just the right guy. I am, but I'm just going to change it a little bit, Joe. And they're trying to finally, they have these auditions and all kinds of people come, and no one can really manage the huge weights of these bells. So finally, one guy comes, this little Jewish guy, he weighs about 98 pounds, and they look at him and they say, you're trying out for this? He says, yeah, I'm trying. He says, well, okay, go ahead. And so instead of grabbing onto the back of his arms, he takes a few steps back, and then he races at the bell, and he dives into it face first. Beautiful ringing sound, it just resonates throughout the entire town. Everyone's amazed. And then, they say, well, can you read music? Sure, they give him the music. And he's going running around, banging his head right into each one of the bells. Perfect timing, and everyone is amazed. So they hire him. And he's doing really well, and he's having a great time there. And several weeks later, it's Purim, and he just overindulges a little bit, and he goes racing up to one of these bells, and he just misses his footing, and he falls out of the carillon, down several, tens of feet to the ground, where he's lying on the ground stunned. And everyone gathers around and looks at him on the ground there while he's trying to wake up, and they say, who is this guy? Do you know him? Does anyone know who this guy is? And someone comes up and says, well, I don't know who he is, but his face rings a bell. I'm so sorry. You're one of the jokes. You have to give me material. Okay. Tonight's class is truly amazing. I have to say, I spent a lot of time preparing this class, much more than I usually do, because it required a lot of thought to figure out how I'm going to just get this material over. And as you know, I teach a college-level class on Wednesday afternoons with undergraduate women, Orthodox women, and we went over this material today, and it was so amazing to see the range of responses. Some of the women were positively energized by the figure of the maiden of Lumiere that I'm going to describe to you. Others were distinctly uncomfortable and were squirming in their seats saying, oh, can we get off this topic to something else that's fascinating? I think we'll probably have a similar range of responses to Hannah Rachel Webermacher and her rather amazing life. Tonight's class is generally sponsored sponsored by Eva Zakdevicer, who is in our community right now. There she is. Thank you very much for the generous sponsorship. And also by my daughter, Aliza, who she has a part-time job, and she is regularly giving her miser to the shul so that she can sponsor this lecture. By the way, I'd like to mention that I did an analytics study of who watches my videos of these lectures, and it's amazing. I have like 7 people in Brazil, 19 Filipinos who are watching, living in the Philippines, people in Sweden and Turkey, and it's crazy. All over the place. It's really quite exciting, and people are sponsoring from outside of people who've never set foot in Bell Harbor. Forget about the shul. So it's really exciting to see it kind of go global, and I encourage you all to forward the links when you get them to friends or former friends, and we'll make it a little more popular. The website is listed here. JewishHistoryLectures.org. We're going to do some search engine optimization, so if you type in the words Jewish History Lectures, it should come up on page 1 of Google very soon, because there's not a lot of people who are doing this kind of thing, and I'm really very excited about it. But anyway, let me tell you about this amazing woman, the Maiden of Ludmir. She is known popularly as Habetullah Ludmir in Hebrew, the Virgin of Ludmir, or in Yiddish, the Ludmir Boy. Ludmir being a small town in Ukraine, not sure where it is. The Virgin epithet is a little bit of an exaggeration. Actually, you can't be a little bit exaggerated about those things, but as Nathaniel Deutsch, her biographer, wrote, she is arguably the second most famous virgin in Jewish history. Dum-dum, right? Okay, so it's fascinating how the problem with studying her life is primarily related to the sources. She's a 19th century woman living in a fairly backward part of Eastern Europe, and we have very, very few written sources. The first scholarly source that appeared about her life was only published in Yevreiski Starina in 1909, and that was fully, let's say, about 30 years after she died, and based primarily on very kind of soft sources. Hagiography, meaning like stories written, wonder stories about rabbis and things like that, which have sometimes dubious credibility. And folk tales and legends handed down from mother to daughter and mother to daughter about the amazing feats of the Ludmir Moy. And those sources aren't problematic enough. Her life is so fascinating that it was picked up by many different playwrights, novelists, and so on. And so they've used poetic license to fictionalize her life, and then it becomes even more difficult to tease out what's actually true and what's not true. She's been the subject of 4 novels, 2 plays, and she was also an important character in a novel by Isaac Bashevis Singer. His Sosha is in part based on the life of the Maid of Ludmir, and also Ansky's famous play, The Didlok, has a lot of depth to the Maiden of Ludmir. So let's try and understand exactly. Oh, and one last really important thing. Nathaniel Deutsch, a few years ago, published the first really scholarly biography of her, and his research is just head and shoulders above anything that has appeared in the 20th century. Actually, it just appeared in the 21st century, but anything that's appeared in the last 60 years. So I am completely indebted to his research for this lecture. I'll have to put the link on the website so you can find the book. But this is essentially going to be one long extended book review because I'm relying completely on his analysis. Now, what do we know about Ludmir Moy? First of all, we know her name, sort of, Kana Rachel, although in some censuses she actually appears as Rachel Kana. We're positive it's the same person, but her name is sometimes transposed. We know her father's name, Monesh, and her family name is most likely Weberman. Okay, that doesn't tell us too much. We know that she was born in approximately the year 1806. Some sources put it a little bit later, but approximately 1806, and that she is most likely deceased in 1888 in Israel and buried in the Mount of Olives there. We know that she led a life which was legendary for scholarship and piety, and she exercised a leadership role in a small Hasidic community in Ukraine, and much of her activity was associated with miracles, particularly with healing. The proverb was, when someone was sick, long after she had left Ukraine and long after she had died, people would wail, who is the bitter boy? Where is the maid of Rudmir now? We need her now. And what's perhaps most fascinating about her life is that on a functional, anthropological level, she really was a Hasidic Rebbe. And if you look at what she did with her time, she had her own base medrash. She had followers who came to her to listen to her Hasidic discourses, which she typically delivered, male and female, Jewish and non-Jewish as well, which she typically delivered from outside an open door. Like in one room of the house, everyone else would sit and listen through the open door. On occasion, she actually delivered lectures in the men's section of the shul while the men sat in the gallery and the women on the bottom floor. And she accepted kitla, she accepted, like little written petitions. She did the kinds of things that a typical 19th century Hasidic Rebbe would do. And in fact, there's a novel for young adults about her life, which is entitled, They Called Her Rebbe. Now, this is at the point where some of the girls in my class are starting to squirm and saying, wait a second, what kind of school is this we're going to? And how can she be a rabbi? And then I'm saying, well, what makes a rabbi? And they're saying, no, it's very difficult. Zohar. Let's find out. How did she get started? So, what happened with her? Okay, so here's where she comes from. Volodymyr Volynskiy. Here's a map of Eastern Europe in general. The Black Sea and the Baltic up here. And you'll recognize this is a contemporary map. So the Russian Federation, formerly the USSR, which also for a time included these states here, Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, and so on. The majority of the Jews in Eastern Europe, and actually in the world until the Holocaust, lived in this range of countries here. In terms of the Hasidic world, the bulk of the Hasidim were concentrated here in Western Ukraine, Southern Poland. And if you look at a map of Ukraine itself, these are the various gubernia or provinces of the region. Actually, this might be a Soviet map, so they don't use the same term, gubernia. And here it is in Volhynia, just north of the city of Lutsk. That's where she comes from, this small town of Volodymyr Volynskiy. It's a small town in the 19th century. The estimated population is less than 10,000 people, of which about 7,000 were Jews, which is a fairly typical profile for mid-sized villages of the era. Yes, Joe. Let's find out. And how she got paid is really important. But just patience, sablunas. We got to go just a little bit further. You know what? I have people complaining I take too many questions during the lectures. Yeah. So there we go. Any questions? No. Okay. So here we go. First of all, let's understand the historical setting of her life. I want to talk a little bit about the religious setting after that, which is going to be very important, especially when we come to apply the Abramson rule of history. Very, very important element in understanding how history works. And then we're going to concentrate on her life per se. So the historical setting for Jews happens to be a very, very dark period in Jewish history. It's the nadir of Jewish life in the Russian Empire at this time, particularly when Nicholas I comes to power. Here is shown somewhat about a decade after his coronation. Sorry?
Is there a real picture?
That is a real portrait. It is actually. Portrait, exactly. There's too many inside jokes. Come on. This is serious. What do you think? This is a game? So, Nicholas I, very military man, very much inclined to use the military whenever possible to quash rebellion and so on. In fact, he came to power after the Decembrist rebellion killed his father, and he suddenly came to power. He was not an anti-Semite in, let's say, the Hitlerian sense. He didn't want to eradicate the Jews, but he did take the Jewish problem very seriously. And what they mean, 19th century phrase, the Jewish problem means, what do we do with all these Jews? We're trying to develop a society, we're trying to shape it in a certain mold, send it in a certain direction, and the Jews aren't cooperating. Specifically in Russia, Nicholas I had three core values. about Russia. He wanted it to be to believe in narodnost, which means peoplehood. Everyone had to have the same ethnicity. Orthodoxy, which means Russian Orthodoxy, that everyone really should be Russian Orthodox. And finally, belief in the autocracy, belief in the value of having a single leader, a Tsar, running the whole thing. So the Jews would go along with autocracy, and they would go along with orthodoxy, sort of. I mean, the Jewish orthodoxy at any rate. But the narodnost, the peoplehood, is a very difficult thing for the Jews to accept. So Nicholas I's strategy was to use the military. The Jews, historically, in the vast majority of European nations, were exempt from military service. This was primarily because the Jews really didn't consider themselves and were not considered citizens of the country. They were, in fact, in Russia, legally called transients. They had like permanent resident status, but they were not considered full citizens of the Russian Empire right up until 1917, the 20th century. But what they would do is Jews would pay a double tax to exempt themselves from military service, which was fine. The governments were good with it, the Jews were good with it, and it's a way that we maintained our group integrity. Nicholas I felt that the only way that he can assimilate the Jews and get them to start behaving more like Russians with Christianity and so on is if he forces Jews to accept conscription like all other peoples in the Russian Empire. Secondly, we should realize what conscription meant, though, in the Russian Empire. In modern states, Germany, Israel, France, whatever, if they have conscription, it's typically 2 or 3 years of military service. Sometimes, as in Israel, followed up with reserve duty afterwards, Miluim. But, you take it when you're 18 years old, and you get it over with, and then you go on with your life. Military service in the Russian Empire was 25 years. So if you went in, that's all. It's not enough. So when you went into the army, that was it. You were a soldier for 25 years. It was not quite as bad as I'm describing because in reality, it was a career choice for many young men. I mean, if they were, let's say, the second or third son in the family, and they didn't expect to get a big inheritance of land from their father, and they didn't want to become a priest, so, the army is a reasonable career. See the world, things like that. But Jews never opted for it. Nicholas I said from now on, Jews must serve like everyone else. It wasn't universal. It was only a proportion of the male population. But if a Jew is chosen, he's got to spend 25 years. Now, if that isn't bad enough, he realized that by the time a Jew is 18 years old, he's already committed to his Yiddishkeit. Halavai should be that way today. Back then, by the time you're 18, you've had your bar mitzvah, you may be married, you certainly had Chinese food a few times. You're not leaving this culture. So he lowered the age of conscription to 12. And then he added the 6 years of military reform school called the cantons, is the name of the schools. And so they could legally take a 12-year-old boy, put him in 6 years of military education. They were called cantonisten for this reason. And then afterwards, they'd serve their 25-year stint with the army, which is absolutely devastating. As you can imagine, huge conversionary pressures on the Jews when they were placed in these schools, and a lot of pressure to assimilate to Russian values. And in fact, most Jews who became soldiers simply were lost to the Jewish people. There's some fascinating footnotes about what happened to some of them later, but I don't want to go into it at this point. One more, it just gets worse and worse. Another horrible thing that Nicholas I imposed, which has a lot of connection to the Ligmir Moed in her story, is that he placed the local Jewish communities in charge of deciding who would be sent to the army. It was not, a lottery. It was not a democratic decision. It was a decision that was made by the Parnasim, the leaders of the community. And as you can imagine, once again, the Abrams rears its ugly head. The children of widows, orphans, the poor, travelers, those are the children that tended to be chosen first. And it generated a tremendous amount of internal dissent within the Jewish community as the working populations, the masses, began to say, what kind of leadership do we have up there? You know that poor Sarah, who lost her husband 4 years ago, her kid's going to go to the army and not, rich Chaim. It's going to be someone who doesn't have power in the community who would be offered up to this modern motive. But there was one possible out, which also had a lot of significance. Nicholas the First did allow children who were enrolled in the crown schools to be exempted from the draft. Crown schools were Russian Jewish schools that had a very transparent aim of converting the children to Christianity anyway. So the choice was, if you were a Jewish mother, you could send your little boy to the crown school where there would be priests who would be teaching him about Judaism, or you could keep your kid in Cheder and hope that he would not be chosen for the army. A terrible, terrible decision that really was extremely corrosive to the Jewish community as a whole. And in fact, by 1844, the organized Jewish community, the Kahal, was officially disbanded by Nicholas I because it had ceased to function in any meaningful way. So this is the kind of environment with the socioeconomic pressures that are happening at the time of the Mutter Moed. Let me, I do have to pause for questions. A quick question. Yes? Correct. All of the Jews, except for very exceptional people, doctors, and very wealthy merchants and so on.
Since its origins, the Latin alphabet repeated from one language to another.
It's interesting, and in fact, Catherine the Great, his predecessor by some 50 years, had hoped that, if you gave the Jews more freedom, then they would, in fact, assimilate more rapidly to Russian norms. But it was not to be. And his approach to it was take a big stick and try to beat it into place. Mr. Kala. Oh, the Jews tried all kinds of unusual things. Yeah, there was an exemption, for example, to only sons. So all of a sudden, childless couples suddenly were adopting sons from all over the place. They were only sons. Jews changed their names to try to affect that. Jews shot their trigger fingers off in an attempt at maiming themselves and trying to avoid toes as well. Anything to try and avoid being conscripted. My own Zaidi, Oliver Shalom, when he ran from the Tsar in 1904, he was slated to be conscripted to serve in the Russo-Japanese War. And he felt that even though it was much more proximate to high-quality Chinese food, he'd rather be... I had supper. Why am I talking about this? Okay, you know what? I got to pause. I'm going to go on with the lecture because this is so good. Now, that's what's going on historically. The most important thing is really this oppressive measure that lasts right up until 1917, but the intensity of it is 1825 to 1855. Now, religiously, what's going on is Hasidism goes into a new stage of development, which is not necessarily its highest stage. In fact, it's considered a period of decline and desiccation of the Hasidic movement. If you look at this brief chart, you'll see that we're now into the fourth and fifth generation of Hasidic leaders by the time we get to the story we're going to tell tonight. The Baal Shem Tov, or abbreviated as the Besh, we spoke about him a few weeks ago, his dates are roughly 1700 to 1760. He has several students, the most prominent of which is Dov Ber, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, who dies in 1772. The third generation are Dov Ber of Mezrich's students, three of whom established Hasidic dynasties in Ukraine and Poland, and two of which concentrate in Lithuania. In Lithuania, we have Shneir Zalman of Diadi, the founder of the Lubavitch movement, known as the Alter Rebbe, and Aaron of Karlin, the founder of the Karlin-Stolin dynasty. But over in the area where we're looking at, we have Elimelech of Luzhensk, who is considered the ultimate tzaddik in, again, the anthropological sense. What does a tzaddik do? His yard site is tonight. Oh my gosh, if you didn't say something nice about it. His yard site is tonight. Oh my gosh. So the Noam Elimelech, do you know what words about the Noam Elimelech? Something he said? They're Rabbi Elimelech, right? I'll see if I can think of something. I have a spooky story about him, but maybe I'll tell after lecture. Levi Yitzchak Berditchev, tremendous stories about him, and I don't want to go into detail on it. And finally, Menachem of Chernobyl, whose dynasty is where the Mutter Moed lived. Now, what happens when you get to the fourth and fifth dynasty? It used to be, particularly in the first two generations, who got to be a Hasidic Rebbe? Someone who was charismatic, someone who was an Ohel Yisrael, who loved the Jewish people. In fact, the Abder Rav was known as the Ohev Yisrael, someone who could, lead people and be a great teacher, a Hasidic Rebbe. By the time you get to the fourth and fifth generation, the qualifications are quite narrowed. Basically, you have to be a son of a Hasidic Rebbe. So it becomes dynastic in rule rather than meritocracy in form. And this leads, as many critics have said, to a desiccation, a reification of the Hasidic movement, in which many of the Rebbes, in some cases, even abuse their authority. Certainly, several of them establish massive courts where there's quite literally a tax on members of the Hasidic population, where they have to pay for the upkeep of the court. And in fact, they hosted literally hundreds of people twice a year, where husbands would leave their wives, Sukkot and Pesach, and go and spend sometimes months at the Hasidic court, where they would have to be fed, where they would have to be entertained, and so on. And it was really a big institution. It went from being in the 18th century, small charismatic groups of people who were like really turned on and fired up by a particular Rebbe. By the time you get to the early 19th century, some of these Hasidic dynasties, I won't say all of them, and I won't say which ones either, are noted for their bureaucracy more than their inspiration, shall we say. Okay, enough said. Now we should talk about the Mir Moed. I'll remind you, our sources are very complex and difficult to work with. Lots of oral traditions, lots of hearsay, very little hard, objective, verified data. So when I tell you some things, I have to say some say it was because of this, some say it was because of that, and you just have to tolerate the reality. What we know about her is that when she was 12 years old, she visited the cemetery where her late mother was buried, and she passed out there. According to some stories, it was as simple as tripping and hitting her head on a rock. According to others, it was she was overwhelmed with emotion because she was engaged to be married. Not at all atypical for a 12-year-old girl in approximately, 1806, 1818. But she was either hopelessly attracted to her chassan, and according to some versions, she could not handle the separation, the enforced separation before the wedding that she had to endure to stay away from her intended. But at any rate, she was most likely in the graveyard inviting her late mother to the upcoming chuppah, which was a very common tradition when she passed out. When she came to, some while later, according to some stories, she actually spent the night there, she was a completely different person. She, according to some versions, suddenly began to recite pages and pages of Talmud that she had never studied. According to others, she had simply decided to call off the wedding, which she did, and she just wanted to live alone and simply study and pray. And she wanted nothing else out of life. She just wanted to devote herself, as it were, in a unique and solitary manner to God. Her critics, later on in life, argued that she was the victim of a possession. The term in Hebrew is a devekut. It has a double meaning. The word divuk means something that sticks. In modern Hebrew, devek means glue. So davak means to cleave, like cleave unto your wife, cleave your mother and father, cleave unto your wife. So her critics said that a malignant, wandering spirit that was unable to go into the next world had somehow seized on this young woman and had invaded her body. A possession, in other words. This is, by the way, the model that Ansky used for his famous play of the same name, The Divot, and you see one scene from a reenactment of it. However, in Jewish thought, usually these divots make a person behave badly, very antinomian behavior, very challenging to authority, and so on. She didn't do any of these things. In fact, she just sat and studied Torah. And she prayed with tremendous intensity, and she was like really a very special young maiden, just focusing on her studies and growing. Some of her opponents had said it was not a divot, but perhaps it was ibur. An Ibur is a lesser well-known idea in Jewish mysticism, whereas a Dybbuk is like a malignant, negative spirit, perhaps an unsatisfied spirit. An Ibur is a higher spirit, and in fact, she referred to receiving a higher soul at that moment. It's like a higher spirit, like Rabbi Akiva or someone who comes and infuses his or her greatness into a person, inspires them to do still greater things. The word Ibur is the same root as pregnant, meaning added, value added, so to speak. It's a positive aspect of the Dvekut. Now, we don't know, all this is kind of in the realm of mysticism. We don't know what actually happened, but for sure, she was a changed person, and from the ages of 12 to 19, she lived a highly solitary existence. It could be, by the way, in terms of her marriage, that there's a lot more going on here. There are several legends that say that before she was engaged, her father was specifically warned by one of the Chernobyl Rabbis that he should not marry her off to anyone that she does not consent to, which is halakhically problematic anyways. But, as was common, there's a lot of parental coercion, certainly back then in the 19th century, where if father chose a chassid, a groom, and she doesn't comply, there would be a lot of pressure brought to bear on her. But the Chernobyl Rebbe said, with your daughter in particular, don't even try. It's not a good idea. Another version says that on her deathbed, her mother had told her husband, whatever you do, don't pick a chassan for Chana Rachel unless she specifically approves it. So she certainly had a mind of her own and an idea about who she wanted to marry. There are various versions of who that first potential chassan was. Some say he was an adolescent friend that she became infatuated with. Others say that he was her childhood chavrusa, that they went to cheder together and studied together. You recognize the picture there? You can't see it in this light, but that's Yentel on the left and her chavrusa there. Others say, and perhaps it was someone that her family used to have over for Essenteg, which is in the shtetl, the first yeshiva to have a dormitory was the Yeshiva Chachmei Lublin, which I believe was established in 1920, if I'm not mistaken. Before that, there were no dormitories. People had to, if they went to a yeshiva, they had to find a place to sleep, and they had to find a place to eat. So the custom was that many families would say, okay, Tuesdays we'll take one boy. Essenteg, right? Daily eating. And it would be like kind of a depressing thing where you had to schlep yourself to this family, to that family, you didn't know what you were eating, and so on. And it was kind of a tzedakah, but it's not always offered so generously. But perhaps her intended was one of these yeshiva boys who came from Essenteg. And a third version, which I think is unlikely based on the dates involved, it was a runaway Cantonist that she had somehow fallen in love with. At any rate, she didn't marry this guy, and she went on to spend all her time totally devoted to being secluded with her books and so on. According to multiple accounts, she wore a tallis and tefillin, and not only wearing tefillin, she wore Rashi's tefillin and Rabbeinu Tam's tefillin, meaning she wore two sets of tefillin, not simultaneously, but in order to fulfill every single opinion of how a person should wear tefillin, maximally, that's what she did. It is consistent with a Russian tradition that there were these women called Chernichki. Cherny means like black. So these are women who decided early on in their life they did not want to become nuns, and they certainly didn't want to become regular housewives. So they just told their fathers, that's it, not getting married. And the fathers would be duty bound to build like a little hut for them on the outskirts of the village, and these women would dress in black and lead solitary lives, self-identified solitary lives. It's not entirely unknown in the Jewish tradition as well, although we don't have the concept of a nunnery. We do have the daughter of Yiftach. You remember the story in Shoftim. The judge, Yiftach, he says, things went so well, I swear to God, whatever walks out of my home first to greet me, I'll offer as a sacrifice. And he's thinking it's going to be a cow or a chicken, and it's his daughter who walks out, and he says, oh my gosh, I already made an oath I was going to bring that thing as a sacrifice. What do I do with my daughter? And essentially, she ends up becoming one of these recluse young women. You may wonder why I have a picture of Rosie the Riveter up there, famous war propaganda. Women can't do it. It's because I really like the second picture. Right? Okay. Now, this is where it gets really weird. I didn't think it was weird to us. When she's 19 years old, her father passes away. Now, one thing that I've neglected to mention so far is that she comes from a fairly wealthy background. Right, Joe? All about the Abrams and Group. She comes from a fairly wealthy background. So as soon as her father passes away, her mother died many years earlier, she gets the entire inheritance, and she says, okay, I'm opening up a base medrash. And she opened up a little shul. It was on the second floor of a building in this little town. It was called the Gorge Eagle, the upper story little house. And she just spent her days studying Torah, teaching Torah, and davening. Everything that she did was entirely within the boundaries of halakha. It's true there are many poskim who say that women should not wear tefillin, but it's certainly an element of debate. There are rabbis who go back and forth about exactly those things. But she never, tried to daven in the men's section. There are some interesting stories that say that on Simchas Torah, what she would do is she would chase all the men out of the shul, and the women would take out the Sefer Torah, and they would all take turns kissing the Sefer Torah. Of course, properly covered in the mantle and so on. But she was really empowering women in a very unusual way for the beginning of the 19th century. Definitely in a way that challenges societal norms, but not directly contradicting any halakhic definitions of behavior. She maintained a tish. Basically, everything you think a Hasidic Rebbe should be doing with his day, that's what she was doing. It's kind of like the joke, the president of the shul brings his young son over to meet the rabbi, and the president says, Rabbi, I'd like you to meet my young son, Shmuel, this is the rabbi. Yeah, and when the rabbi says to him, Shmuel, it's really nice to meet you. Tell me, do you have any questions? And the boy says, yes, Rabbi, I'd like to know, what do you do all day? And the rabbi says, you're just like your father. But what exactly does a rabbi do all day? The things that Hasidic rabbis did, she did. She maintained a tish, which is a table, and she would gather people around, and she would just teach Torah. Men and women seated separately, everything, that's within. And she would teach Torah. Sometimes, if she gave proper lectures, as I mentioned, it would be on the other side of the door. She would read kittles. People would bring her petitions, which she would read. She would give blessings to them. She would have audiences with women. She never had audiences with men alone. And in fact, many Hasidic rabbis came to meet her. We'll see why they want to meet her soon. She refused to meet with important people. She said, what do you want to meet with me? And she would send them away, because she was kind of a strange humility, with one exception, as we shall see. In every case, she maintained a strict adherence to tzniut, to the laws of modesty, always covered up, and she dressed in white, and unusual character with a lot of this sort of rabbinic activity. Here's a few of her teachings. This is it. This is it for her 4 recorded teachings. She wrote nothing about herself. But let's just look at them quickly. First one here. 1. A person whose holy thoughts accompany him on his life's journey is not alone and wretched, for the noble thoughts shelter him from loneliness. I think, framed within the parameters of her life, that's an unusually profound statement. 2. Every pure thought that flows from the desires of the heart, the intellect is unable to grasp at all. I'm just looking at these very quickly. I think that's quite a profound thought myself. It reminds me of something that Peter Nietzsche once put. And she came first. 3. Although I doubt Nietzsche read. Every moment of existence, yesh, is for itself. All that is in the present is no longer in the past, and if it was, it is renewed. I don't understand that. 4. A person who does not see the Holy One, blessed be He, in every place does not see him at all. Interesting. Very interesting kind of thoughts. Okay, now let's go to his critics. Unfortunately, I have only the English translation. I presume she spoke entirely in Yiddish. When she moved to Israel, as we shall see, she may have had a following in Hebrew. No, it's probably unlikely it was in Hebrew then, because it's still early 19th century. It's most likely all in Yiddish, but again, I don't have the original languages. I don't have the text in the original. Now, as you might be presuming, not every Hasidic rabbi was thrilled with what she was doing at this time. And there was a lot of traditionalist opposition. But it was never head-on opposition because it's very hard to actually find anything that she did that really transgressed Jewish law. Definitely Jewish custom, Jewish practice, and perhaps the most significant opposition was the fact that she refused to marry. What is she doing? She's still quite young. This is basically a decade of her 20s. From 19 to about 28 or 29, that's when she's doing this thing. And she refuses to marry through the entire period. But if we look at it a little bit deeper, we see that she is really exercising a kind of leadership that has the engine of traditional Vestian charisma rather than dynastic authority behind it. She is gathering followers because of who she is and what she's doing. She's not asking anyone for money. She's not asking anyone to even come. She's just offering Torah to anyone who wants to hear it. She's offering blessings. If you come, don't come. It's up to you. This is quite different from the institutionalized Hasidus that was happening, particularly in the region that she lived. And it was destabilizing to the status quo because and her following was overwhelmingly, by the way, working class, Balei Malacha, simple, humble Jews who are working primarily with their backs in very simple menial jobs. That's all of the commentators emphasized, that she did not have like an erudite professional following. She had common Jews as her followers. There also was a significant challenge to the revenue stream, because if you wanted to be a chassid of one of the major groups, there was an enrollment fee, and there was a regular kind of, you were expected to give your pidyonos, what they called ma'amados, which is the term used for the upkeep of the regular sacrifices in the temple. Yet they're independently wealthy. She has the wherewithal to simply do what she wants. Want to join her, fine. If not, also fine. And there's no doubt that there is a certain element of misogyny attached to all of this. That it's not right that a woman should have so much popularity and power when there are men doing the same thing. In fact, I think one of Nathaniel Deutsch's very prescient observations is that there are a lot of Hasidic holy women, but every single one of them is somehow attached to a Hasidic holy man. And she's the only one who doesn't want to be attached to a man. Like the saying goes, a woman without a man is like a fish without a bicycle. She doesn't need it. She says, what's for? So at any rate, in her late 20s, she is finally pressured upon by the current Chernobyl Rabbi to marry. Showing enough already, it's time for you to settle down and get married. According to the legends that we have, he debated with her, always with another man present, so they would not have the problem of you, but debated with her for 3 days, convincing her that she must marry. That's not right. She ultimately consented, and they set a date for the marriage, and she chose as her chassan her own Gabbai. Right? I mean, the Gabbai of the shul that she owned, the guy who took care of, who got the aliyahs and so on, he was to be her husband. And in fact, there was a big celebration, and she got married for approximately 24 hours, after which she sued for divorce. Now, there's a lot of different questions. Why did she marry only for one night? I'll try and sort out the various opinions and various legends that have been handed down. One of my favorites is that her Gabbai was too intimidated by his wife that he did not want to consummate the marriage. I mean, she was the holy Ludmir Roy, right? She was the maid of Ludmir, and so he refused to consummate it. Another theory is that no, in fact, she followed through. She did not want to be so antinomian that she disagreed with the great Chernobyl Rabbi. She said, "You want me to marry? Fine, I'll marry. Look, I did it. I'm married. Now leave me alone." And she said, "Now I want my get, I want my divorce, and I don't want a ketubah. You don't have to pay me for the divorce, but just leave me alone because now you have no more tinus on me. I'm married, all right?" Another opinion is that in fact she did not ask for a get. She chose to remain an aguna, forbidden to other men. Because in that state, which is normally considered a very terrible, awful state for a woman to be in, she said, "This way, no one will bother me. Finally, I will have no pressures whatsoever." At any rate, her marriage dissolved. She also completely abandoned her public role as a Jewish leader. According to many of the authorities, she felt that she had lost her powers as a result of the wedding. Some say, one of my favorite aspects of it, that, as the Hasidic custom was at the time, when a woman was married, she cut off all of her hair. And when she lost her beautiful red hair, along with it, like Samson, she lost her powers of prophecy and so on. I haven't even bothered telling you many of the amazing legendary stories of what she could do with it, but she apparently has powers. For certain, however, she simply ceased acting as a rabbinic type figure for 3 decades, and she sort of disappears from the stage of world history. She's going to come back. But maybe I can take a couple of questions before I do. There's going to be a lot of stuff. Oh, we'll get to where she died yet. She's still living. But we don't know what the Gabbai did. Well, the Shtibel eventually went to Chernobyl. It fell apart, and the very movement that was pressuring her to marry, they ended up inheriting the Shtibel. And she stopped, having a tish. She stopped speaking in public. She just sat there.
There's also which have information attached to the beginning and end.
Unfortunately, most of the data that we've recorded are written by people who heard it from people who heard it from her, and sometimes even more than one generation spread out. Again, the earliest source we have is 1909. She died in about 1888, and her period of activity in Berlin ended about, I think, 1835 or so. So it's really quite distant. Now, it's spread out. There are all kinds of stories that go all over Europe, and there's consistency between them, so we know there's a kernel of truth to them. But we just can't get closer to the reality of the real Illinois than the sources that we have.
The old English word for not, and not itself gets pushed together in modern English.
She left no written record. Yes, last question.
In reference to the Nicholas first, and certain Jews went into the army, do you have any information, Professor, they can reach a higher officer level to be a Jew, or they have to forget the Jewish?
Now that's an excellent question, which I'll repeat in case the microphone didn't pick it up. Could a Jew advance in the army without officially converting to Orthodoxy? I'm not sure. I think, though, that there was significant upward mobility. So the famous captain who served in Israel at Tel Chai, Trumpeldor. Yeah. Wasn't he a captain? Yeah, so that's quite a high rank. Now that was late. That's already 20th century. But I would say so. I can tell you two quick Cantonese stories, and then we got to get back. What is fascinating about the Cantonese is most of them simply disappeared. They converted and they were lost to the Jewish people whatsoever. I did meet a colleague of mine at Columbia University at a conference once, and he's a Ukrainian. And he has this really Jewish last name, something like Goldstein, something like that. And I said to him, how come you have this Jewish last name when you're so Ukrainian? And he said, well, it's believed that my great-great-grandfather was in fact a Cantonese, and we don't know for sure. I mean, the Goldstein is, I think, a giveaway, But the fact is, the legend is, he walked into the village one day and he knew how to read. And the fact that he knew how to read made it much more likely that he was possibly Jewish. That's kind of interesting. Last thing about Cantonist, and we'll go back to the Meter Moed. The most fascinating Cantonist community, I think, are the Jews who ended up in Estonia. Because when you finished your term of duty for the army, even though you were Jewish, if you remained Jewish, you were exempt from the discriminatory laws that applied to Jews because you were a veteran. And so a lot of Jews who had served in the army, these Cantonisten, moved up to Estonia, which is way up in the northern section on the Baltic Sea, which is almost considered like a resort type community for many Russians. And they set up these really interesting Jewish communities there, made up of people who had lost almost all their Yiddishkeit. They hardly knew anything, but they had hung on to their Jewish identity enough to create these amazing communities. And they lasted as Jewish communities right up until the Holocaust. Okay, so let's go to the last period of life when the Meter Moed has a fascinating renaissance. At the age of approximately 53, she decides she's going to move to Israel. And in fact, when the Chernobyl Rebbe told her that she has to marry, he said either marry or move to Israel, one or the other. I don't know what move to Israel, I guess means get out of here, but move to Israel. So at the age 53, she in fact does it, which is quite impressive in the late 19th century to schlep to Israel with all the difficulties. We're talking about the 1850s, late 1850s. And she moved to Israel, where she shows up in some of the census records of Moses Montefiore's community. And there she apparently gathered quite a following once again. She started wearing talis and tefillin again, living in Mea Sharim, not an easy thing to do. And she is referred to in the Montefiore census records as Harabbanit Hatzadeket Mishpachat Ram, which means Rabbanit is ambiguous. It could be Rebbitzin, but it distinctly recorded in the census records that she does not have a husband, so that's unusual. Hatzadeket, the righteous one, which is, that's not usually a term used in this context. Mishpachat Ram, from an elevated family, from a wealthy family. So once again, she took her wealth and she set herself up in Israel, and she once again went into the rabbinic tishma. In this case, she gathered principally women, and she was famous especially for taking several groups of women several times a year to Kever Rachel, the grave of Rachel, where she organized these rather unusual kind of prayer circumstances at the grave, and then on the road specifically, because it's in reference to the famous passage about Rachel crying for her children. And she's even noted, at that time, followers have noted that even Arab women went to her for blessings for ill children and things like that. So she once again kind of reached her deep within, and she found her inner rabbi and gave it over to the population as a whole. We have a record of a Rochel Chana, daughter of Monesh, from the correct region, who died in 1888. Her name is transposed, but it's most likely our Chana Rachel. And she was buried on the Mount of Olives in the late 19th century, bringing her rather amazing life to a close. So when we contemplate her life, and I want to remind you, this morning or this afternoon I had 5 19-year-old women, and their reaction to her were all totally different. Some were just energized and said, I never knew a woman could do things like this. And other women were saying, oh my gosh, this is terrible. How could they allow this kind of thing to happen? At the same time, what were the rabbis at this time? It's fascinating that she is a rather complex role model for 21st century women, even for 21st century observant Jewish women, because her life is really so unique. She was a leader of women. She was not simply secondary to a male figure. And she did it in a highly idiosyncratic way, which was certainly facilitated by the fact that she had the economic means to pursue her own unique path. She was really a Wolfian kind of character in that she had a room of her own, quite literally, to do whatever she wanted. And in that space, despite the pressures of society, she elected to essentially act as a rebel. She defied those social norms, but she remained really within the boundaries of piety. And I think in many ways she's an inspirational character for us looking at women in the 19th century. With that, I want to thank you as always for your great patience, and hope you have an excellent week. Hang around if you have any questions. We'll turn off the video.
But this time the grammar is not physical too. Even if you've never heard either sentence before, you can probably tell that colorless green ideas sleep furiously is a grammatical sentence, but furiously sleep ideas green colorless is ungrammatical. Something about an ungrammatical sentence just feels weird. Even though it's the same words, it's not something anyone would say. Two, grammaticality is also not about whether a sentence meets the approval of teachers, editors, or other authorities. For example, don't nobody know nothing is perfectly grammatical. In fact, someone's probably saying it right now.
The next stop is Avenue J.
It's not the way anyone would combine these words. It's amazing that speakers of a language can have such similar grammatical interactions without ever being formally taught them. That said, our mental grammars are all slightly different religions based on our own unique personal version of language, also known as our mini language. So you may sometimes
Anyways, we're going to be speaking about Sarah Kapia Solom. She spelled her name various ways at various points in her career, literary and otherwise. This is the one that's recorded on her famous manifesto of the 1620s that we'll discuss in some detail. In brief, this is a woman who lived at the turn of the 17th century in Venice. From a fairly wealthy Jewish family, very involved in literary circles, and something of a socialite. Perhaps one might think, if I could speak disparagingly, God forbid, perhaps kind of an intellectual lightweight in some ways, kind of dabbling in literary circles, but all of a sudden, when push came to shove, and she was called upon in a public forum to renounce her Judaism, these various Christian prelates who attacked her had not realized that they had woken the tiger, and she came back with claws and teeth that made them regret even the suggestion. It's really quite a fascinating story, and it says a lot, I think, about gender, faith, and the voice of the Jew with the advent of modern printing technology that suddenly represented a shift in the powerlessness of this minority as expressed through the activity of this one rather remarkable young woman. Her life, as we know it, is based on 7 years of literary activity. That's everything that we have related to her career, but nevertheless, from those brief 7 years, we can garner a tremendous amount of information regarding what it must have been like to be a woman moving in upper middle class circles in the Venetian ghetto around the same time as Shakespeare was composing his Merchant of Venice, which of course was also about the Jews of this region. So why don't we go straight into the story and learn a little bit about this remarkable woman. We don't have a clear and confirmed portrait of her. Many were made, but they were lost over the course of the last few centuries. Several of them have been described, however, including one that she described herself, which was later connected to a painting found in a collection and connected to Sarah Kapia Solom. So this could in fact be a legitimate representation of her. There are some discrepancies. For example, she is often referred to as blonde. Her blonde tresses are praised by many of her literary companions, but it's quite likely that it was dyed, so she would not always have been a blonde. Blondes are not that common in Venice to begin with, among Jewish women, perhaps of Spanish extraction, less so, so it's unlikely that she was a natural blonde, so it could be that this picture which clearly presents her as being a brunette may be accurate. She refers in her description of her portrait to holding the weapons of love in her right hand, and it seems that she is holding something like laurel twigs, which were a gift that she had sent to one of her literary companions at one point. And in her right hand, she describes pointing to the region where she was wounded. And of course, her hand is pointing to her heart here, indicating that she has, been love struck. This love struck aspect of her career, by the way, was in a highly ethereal, intellectual way. It's kind of weird. I have to say that if she were my daughter, and she was a young woman when most of this was happening, probably in her early 20s, I would have shut it down immediately. Like, I would be taking away the iPhone, no texting whatsoever, because this is really inappropriate discourse. But nevertheless, we have this discourse, so we see that she's engaged in a rather chaste manner, but nevertheless, just on the surface reading, quite titillating. But anyway, this may be an accurate rendition of what she looked like. I'm going to rely very heavily on the research of Don Haran, shown here, who is an Israeli historian who published a rather remarkable work which detailed the life and work of this young woman and translating them into this book, Jewish Poet and Intellectual in 17th Century Venice. It's all about the works of Sarah Capioso. Okay, so this is a highly derivative presentation, no original research whatsoever, and please forgive the errors, no hard questions, please. Okay, so let's talk about her life. First of all, we have to situate it within the turn of the 17th century in Venice. Venice was one of the early European cities to have a ghetto. Jews were crowded into a fairly small region with living in apartment buildings as high as 9 stories, which was quite impressive for the era. And although they were regulated heavily in this European city, they nevertheless were quite active in commerce. This is a period of time when a lot of things are changing economically, socially, religiously, and so on. We spent quite a bit of time talking about the scientific revolution last week when we discussed David Gans, but also at this time we have some unusual economic revolutions as the law of Gratian is beginning to fade. The law of Gratian is a church canon law which refers to the prohibition of money lending between Christians. This was something that it was taken obviously from the book of Deuteronomy, from the book of Devarim, in which Jews are forbidden to lend money and charge interest from other Jews, but the phrase used there is from your brother. So Christians also interpreted that law the same way, and Christians were forbidden to charge interest to each other. So therefore, Jews, really from the 11th century onward, had a monopoly on money lending. This is not the place to go into a long history of the economics of money lending and how Jews occupied that niche, but it definitely was a saving grace. Maybe not a saving grace, it was definitely a saving element of the Jewish community because they were the only people in Europe who really allowed to charge interest. It was absolutely essential for any kind of developing economy to be able to borrow money on credit. If you have no credit, the economy grinds to a halt. And so therefore, for several centuries, the Jews were really well positioned to make a profit with this sometimes risky occupation. If you're interested in learning more about that, I have an entire lecture on the web on Jews and medieval economy. However, by the 14th century, many Italian banking houses began to say, this is really not such a great arrangement. We are missing out on a huge economic opportunity. And beginning in the 14th century onward, the Jewish share in money lending began to shrink and began to move from being major money lenders to kings and outfitting armies and things like this, to more and more, a much more smaller scale kind of venture, and money lending was slowly really on the way out as a monopoly for the Jews. Ironically, at the time when Shakespeare was writing about Shylock, this is when Jewish money lending was definitely on the wane. But nevertheless, that was the backbone of the economy of the Jewish community in Venice. Sarah Kapia Shalom's father was a moneylender. Her husband also a very successful merchant and moneylender. And so she moved in those circles. So it's kind of an interesting sort of situation where you have a woman in a family with a considerable amount of capital, a large amount of wealth, a significant amount of disposable income and time on her hands. So she could be dedicated to literary pursuits and to education as a whole. But nevertheless, she's trapped in this ghetto, kind of like a bird in a gilded cage, because of her faith. And as we shall see, there are many that wish to free her from that ghetto if only she would accept the waters of baptism. So, her family, as I mentioned earlier, her father Simon, who died in 1606, was a wealthy moneylender. Her mother's name was Rita. There's a certain amount of debate as to when exactly she was born. This date is not recorded. Most likely she was born sometime around the year 1590, which would make her about 16 at the time of her father's passing. She records in some of the few letters of hers that have survived that her father encouraged her to pursue her literary interests and, in fact, to maintain a kind of early salon. I'll spend a little bit of time talking about that in a minute, which makes sense. If she was born in 1590, she would be about 16. That would be about the right time. Other scholars have suggested perhaps she was born in 1600, which would make sense with some of the other developments in her life, but that would not make sense that her father would be encouraging her six-year-old daughter to establish a literary salon. She had two sisters, Rachel, known as Diana, and Esther, known as Stare. Perhaps you can see, even in the fact that they have dual names, that this is something that's reflective of the nature of Jews living in a society where they would have, their Jewish identity, and they would have also a secular identity. There was no hiding the fact that they were Jewish, but they could nevertheless have commerce with outside society. The ghetto, of course, was only closed at night. Jews would travel outside of the ghetto for business. The ghetto was open for others to come into the region as well, but so it was certainly not a closed and an impermeable barrier between Jews and non-Jews in the society. I myself, I go by my English name, Henry, which I like to call my slave name, but I have a Hebrew name as well, Hillel. I will pause and take questions shortly. Just please wait till I get to it. Thank you. I will take questions later. I'm going to pause and get to those questions shortly. Okay. Her husband, Jacob Selim, was married they were married sometime in 1610. Again, that's another indication she probably was born earlier than 1600. Marriage at 10 was not unheard of, but it would have been somewhat early for them. Her middle name is somewhat, or her maiden name, Capio, is rather interesting. At one point, she was spelling it with two P's, and all of a sudden she abruptly dropped one of the P's. Why is that? So, as we shall see in a moment, one of the major affairs that she was involved with, literary affairs, was with a much older monk, a Catholic monk, who said that his love for her was so intense that he feels like he is one of the P's in her name and she the other, meaning that they were destined to be always together like the two P's in the word Capio, and so therefore she immediately dropped one of the P's. So she only spelled her name with one P afterwards. Her family name, Selim, probably is spelled in different ways. She's herself spelled in different ways. It could have come from Shulam or Shalem, meaning complete, but more likely it comes from the word Sulam, which means ladder. As you can see in her family, this is not her gravestone, but it is from her family. Quite often you have the emblem of the ladder portrayed there. Sulam means like a Sulam Arza, a ladder from the ground to the heavens. She also was very big into heraldry. You can get a feeling for the kind of class that she moved in, because she often sent letters with personal seals that would sometimes have things like scorpions on them from her name, Sarah Copia, like Scorpio, and the latter is also figured very prominently in her various presentations. Okay, so that's a little bit about her name. Her literary activity, one of the small things, her Solom is her last name. I will pause and take questions at a few points during the lecture, so if you hang on, I will be very happy to address them. Why don't I pause for questions right now? Yes. Any other questions? Okay, let's go on then. She was moving in, as I mentioned, very high-level circles. Perhaps the most famous Jew in Venice at the time was Leon de Modena, pictured here, who was also very prolific, writing on a wide variety of subjects. He knew Sarah Copia Solom very personally, wrote many letters to her that have survived and so on. And in fact, he may have counseled her through some of the crises that she experienced early on in her life. But now let's return to this idea of the salon that I mentioned earlier. This is a fascinating kind of activity that the Jewish women in particular were famous for. Primarily a little bit later, in the period of the Enlightenment, like the 18th century is when you see it being really prominent. But a salon is basically something that typically upper middle class Jewish women would invite literati to come to their homes just for open-ended discussions. Sometimes these salons really inspired tremendous intellectual creativity, artistic creativity, gave the opportunity for young, principally non-Jewish artists, poets, and so on, to meet patrons, often Jewish, who would support their work, give them the wherewithal to continue their publications or their artistic endeavors and things like this. And this continued well into the early 20th century. Perhaps the most famous of them is Rachel Varnhagen, very important German Jewish woman. But typically the salon activity was something that Jewish women engaged in because there were no other venues for them to achieve status in the outside world. They could not, for example, belong to the same opera-loving societies. They could not necessarily move in the horse racing crowds. I don't know if there were horse racing crowds in Kentucky or something like that. But they didn't have the right to gain social entree into those circles where Christian women of the same class would gain status. And so therefore, they established their own. They created their own venue, these salons, which ended up being like kind of the hot places to be. And if you were, intellectually inclined and you wanted to go hear someone speak on art or a new poet or a new novelist or something like that, then you would go typically to the ghetto and you would hang out in one of these Jewish women's homes where they would put on a great spread and they would gain fame through hosting these kinds of events. She instituted perhaps the first of these salons in Europe. This is quite early, already in the early 1600s, and it became really a phenomenon that existed right up into the 20th century and into America. She may have inspired the Accademia degli Incogniti, which is a very famous one that started immediately after her passing, with many of the principal poets that had already been attending her own salon. Unfortunately, her genius in this area is also what got her into trouble. So I'm going to start with 3 major scandals that she was involved in. I don't want to explore these for the sake of their kind of what's the right word? Kind of like National Enquirer sort of feel. They are quite scandalous in reality. But they really say a lot about the emerging role of Jewish women, specifically in early modern society. Quite fascinating, I think. Okay, so I'll pause now if there are any other questions before we go to the first of the 3 scandals. Okay, everybody wants to go straight to the scandals. Here we go. The first one is the so-called Seba affair, named after this man, Ansaldo Seba. So this is what happened, and this is the kind of thing that when I read it, my eyes just expanded, and I thought, oh my gosh, if this was my daughter, oh my gosh. I have to check with my own daughter to see if they'd ever done anything quite so crazy. I talked about it at the Shabbos table. Basically, imagine this young woman. We're not exactly sure how old she was when this started. She was married, possibly in her early 20s, therefore, also possibly in her late teens. But she loves poetry, and she reads, in particular, this long epic poem called Esther, which is about Queen Esther of the Bible, written by this elderly monk, who, as you can see, if he's born in 1565, he is at least 30 years her senior. And she is so moved by it that she decides to write Ansaldo a letter praising his literary work. So far, not so bad. In fact, I asked my eldest daughter, who really liked the work of one particular modern novelist that she found on his website all the books that influenced him, and she read through the whole list. And then after she read all the books that influenced him, then she sent him an email, and they had an email correspondence, and that's as far as it went. At any rate, she sent him a letter describing how, just gushing over how much she loved his book, so much so that she used to put it on her pillow every night so she would wake up to it every morning. I think that's a little too much, right? That's like an overshare, as it were. But Ansaldo picked up this letter, and he responded. And he, by the way, at this point is living in a monastery and is kind of retired from literary activity, but he gets this fresh, enthusiastic letter from this young Jewish woman, and he is like just inspired. So he writes back to her, and they start an extremely intense correspondence that involves, they never meet in person, but the tone of their correspondence is incredibly intense. Now, when I was reading it, I was sort of, imagining to myself an Italian accent, because they're constantly talking about how much they love each other and how they have pictures of themselves drawn and sent to each other, and they look at each other and they imagine, what it would be like to actually be speaking with each other. It's kind of weird, I know. He also writes to her husband with her permission. But I guess that's what people did in 17th century Italy. You could write letters like that. But what's really interesting to Ansaldo, and by the way, I'll tell you what's really interesting to Ansaldo is the fact that she is Jewish. And he declares that he's going to make his last life project the conversion of this young Jewish ingenue to Christianity. And so he bends his literary efforts completely to the task of convincing her to become Christian. And over years of correspondence, she steadfastly refuses. Let me read to you one example of his writing to her. By the way, as the reason we have all this is because he decided, even though he was never successful, he loved his own writing so much that he published the book of his letters to Solom, letters of Ansaldo Seba written to Sara Copia, and published in Genoa, I think in 1625 or something like that. And unfortunately, he published all of his letters to her. He didn't publish any of her letters to him. So they are largely lost. A few have shown up in a few archives, but generally we have to sort of piece together what she said from what he said. Okay, so here's one letter. He's writing to her. You could also object, if it seems to you so, that I have overstepped the limit of caring for you. Command me also, if you like, to refrain from my prayers, because your insults are favors for me, and your prohibitions stimuli. I must confess that you did not succeed in sweetening your rejection of my prayers by your promises that you would approve some of my virtues. I claim no other virtue which you have to approve than that which makes me wish your salvation. Believe me, Lady Sarah, that your salvation will be lost if you will not awaken. And the grounds for this awakening have been set forth so clearly and distinctly by him that there is no need for a repetition by me. I beg you, read carefully the last part of the book I've sent you. Search there for other reasons which are not lacking. Read it aloud if you doubt, and pray to God that he may grant you illumination. That illumination which you, as you think, do not need, but which you really need so urgently. As to myself, you can preach whatever you find opportune, but do not take great pains to make me love the Jews, because I have freed you from such effort long ago. Was she not a Jewess, that mother of God, my gracious patroness in heaven? Was she not a Jewess whom I chose as the heroine of my poem? And you yourself, whom I made the mistress of my desire, are a Jewess. Thus, without my being obligated to cease to be a Christian, you may with good reason regard me as the most ardent Jew. And they have the Italian, Hebraissimo. The most Hebrew. But do not get excited if the love which I cherish towards you cannot remain inactive, when the terrible danger that surrounds you stirs compassion in the depths of my soul. So this is just like one of the lighter passages. Sometimes he gets super heavy, talking about how she's going to fire and damnation, and that only if you remove the blindness from your soul. And this goes on for years and years and years. Now, if you can imagine, just put yourself in her shoes. Here she is. She's in the ghetto, a beleaguered minority. She wrote a fan letter to this big author. He wrote back, oh my gosh. And then for years he keeps writing these like stalker type letters trying to convince her to convert to Christianity. And she politely but firmly rebuffs him for years and years. And it goes on, and she becomes, so to speak, a project for the Italian literary community and also for the educated Christian community as well. Genug schon, enough already, right? But nevertheless, she keeps writing to him. And moreover, again, we're only basing this on what he says in his letters, but it appears that although she rebuffed his efforts to convert him, she continued to enjoy the association. And she continued in many ways, I think inappropriately, in my humble opinion, to encourage this relationship. For example, sending him gifts and having her portrait painted, asking for a portrait of him to be sent to her. And to give you a sense of sometimes we have this image of Jews in the past as being uniformly Orthodox. Like my kids, when they went to school and they got those little drawings of the Parsha, like Moshe Rabbeinu and Avraham Avinu, they all wore black hats, things like that. It's not necessarily the case. But so, he describes how he sent a small gift with one of his servants to her, and she was so delighted to meet his servant that she insisted on treating him like a king and serving him food, and she sang to him a sonnet that she had prepared. I mean, it's definitely not Beis Yaakov style behavior. It would not fly, but nevertheless, it gives you a sense, just a feel of the realities of what Jewish life was like for this class of women in Venice at this time. We don't have, at this point, any non-Orthodox Jews. There's no such thing. In fact, the word Orthodox doesn't exist yet. It hasn't been coined because we don't have anything against which to use the word Orthodox. So she was like an upstanding member of the community, and this is kind of like the range of behaviors that were obviously tolerated within the community. Today, in America, we live in a very stratified religious sort of community where certain things, could get you under the writ of a fatwa or something, and other things are completely accepted. But, so this is just giving you a sense of the realities of what it was like for a woman living at this time. Definitely not Pasha v'Yasha behavior, but, she nevertheless maintained steadfast in her refusal to convert. And that was actually quite an accomplishment. Maybe I can paraphrase the question. Is there any indication that we would think that either of these parties wanted to make this relationship more concrete? Is that what you're suggesting? It's also a brilliant question. And I wish I was more of a literary scholar to be able to read these things properly. Because if I read these letters in a 20th century context, I would say, call the police. This is pedophilia. This is all kinds of terrible things. But they just go on and on with each other in this tone that makes me think that maybe this is sort of the range of acceptable discourse in literary circles at the turn of the 17th century. That's all I can guess from it. Also, the literary scholarship that I've read indicates that this is just like we kind of stereotype Italian effervescence, and what do they say? They kiss on both cheeks, and they say "bella, bella," right? And that kind of thing. You get the impression that they've just way too much tomato sauce and a lot of just very flowery language, but it's an intellectual love affair. I mean, her husband is involved in this. He writes to her husband's reading the letter. She's married, and the whole debate is you have to come to love Jesus as I do. That's what we have to do. Okay, let's go on to the second one. Now, one thing we should not miss here is that this is very serious. This is, in fact, deadly serious. Because the next scandal that she was involved in involved another member of the literary circle of her salon, a man named Baldassare Bonifacio, who was a priest who later actually became an archbishop. And he was a friend of Seba's, a friend of Solomorli's, an admirer who came regularly to her salon, and he came out with this devastating attack on his erstwhile patron, which was called On the Immortality of the Soul, a discourse by Baldassare Bonifacio to Signora Sara Copia. Here, at this point, she should drop the P. And this was an open and very clear attack on her, claiming that she doubted the immortality of the soul. She doubted that perhaps the soul was immortal. Now, this all of a sudden becomes very serious because the Inquisition is still quite active. We're talking now about the year 1600. The Inquisition was founded in Venice in 1454. We have a lot of Marranos who are still in Venice and in the region, although there are some free cities like Ferrara. There are a lot of Marranos who are posing as Christians who are being persecuted and even still burnt by the Inquisition, and in many ways persecuted right up until the 19th century. And the Inquisition also was very interested in Jews who wandered away from key tenets of the faith. That is, what was the Inquisition concerned with? They were concerned with Christians who were Judaizing, meaning Christians who were slipping away from Christian doctrines and absorbing Jewish ones. In particular, you would think that would include Christians who were originally Jewish or descended from Jews, the so-called conversos. But they were also concerned with Jews who were not necessarily hewing to the straight and narrow path of Judaism. That was also something that was not tolerated by the Catholic faith. And therefore, the accusation that a Jew did not believe in something central like monotheism, or the immortality of the soul, that could be literally a death sentence for her. And so all of a sudden, this priest comes out with this really nasty attack, saying that, hey, I've talked to this woman, and I don't think she believes in life after death. And so what happened was quite fascinating. Even before it went into print, she heard that he was publishing this attack, and so she went into a frenzy of writing, and within 2 days, she produced this work, which she published before his work could even actually hit the stands. The Manifesto of Sarah Copia Solom, Hebrea, the Jewish woman, which is a statement that she explicitly denies the charges of Baldassare Bonifacio and that she does believe in the immortality of the soul. So, using actually rather aggressive and perceptive political literary skills, she outflanks her literary opponent and produces this remarkable work. Now, let me read you just a couple of pieces from this. And this is fascinating because, okay, the other part was kind of funny in a strange sort of way, but this is all of a sudden, this is when she takes it to another level. This is like everything that was going on with Ansaldo before was, criticism of her, why don't you convert and so on. But all of a sudden, by accusing her of not believing in the central tenet of Judaism, he has woken the tiger. And all of a sudden, you see exactly what she's capable of. So the first thing she does, and this is actually I found really funny, the very first thing she does in this book, remember, she's being accused of not believing in the immortality of the soul. So the first thing she does is she dedicates the book, it's a small book, it's a pamphlet really, to her late father. And she writes to him in the second person at the beginning of the book, saying, to Signor Copio, my most beloved creator. This little but necessary work could not properly be dedicated to anybody else than to him who has passed the threshold of this transient life, because it confirms the thesis which I prove in this work, namely, that I undoubtedly believe in the immortality of the soul. Right? The point here is, if you're saying I don't believe in the immortality of the soul, well, I'll point out to you, I'm dedicating this book to my dead father, because I believe he can still read it. I believe in the immortality of the soul. To thee, therefore, most beloved soul, who hast incorporated thyself into that body which brought me into this world. To thee, my father, my most beloved friend, who, although spoiled of the earthly frame, dwellest and wilt dwell among the blessed souls forever. I want to offer this small gift. Firstly, because if divine goodness allows thee to participate in the happenings of this world, I should like to contribute to the increase of thy heavenly pleasures by the modest fame I was able to acquire, which I trust will not be less dear to thee, because it was produced by a woman most desirous but unable to do as much for the perpetuation of thy name as a son would have done. Kind of an interesting sort of aside there. She's saying, I want to make you feel bad. I want to make you feel better, Tati, that you didn't have a son, because look, I'm a woman, it's true, but at least I wrote this book. And then, in order to give thee a small sign of the everlasting memory which I keep of the boundless tenderness thou hast always shown to me, accept therefore this humble token of the unlimited devotion of thy daughter, whom thou lovest so much, and who, if it will be allowed to me to enjoy life and health, as a certain amount of creative ability has already been bestowed upon me, will live for the honor of thy name no less than for her own. Now, this work, the manifesto, is not really significant, in my humble opinion, on a literary or philosophical level. Bonifacio's arguments that were very ad hominem, that were directed at Sarah herself, are also not breaking new ground philosophically. And her response, her defense, it's not Plato, it's not Aristotle, it's not high-level philosophy, but the fact that a young woman, she's maybe in her 20s at this point, would have the gumption, she obviously had the economic wherewithal, to stand up for herself in this very hostile environment and publish a manifesto. The word itself is quite large. This is my statement of purpose. I'm boldly saying what I have to say. That in itself is remarkable. It could only have happened in an environment where women had access to printing technology, had access to a voice, kind of like blogging in contemporary terms, but she refused to allow herself to be cowed into submission, something which she could easily have avoided simply by giving in and converting to Christianity and confessing her faith. But she maintained her identity as a Jewess, and she maintained her faith in the face of such a direct charge. Moreover, when you actually read the manifesto, there's some really pretty harsh words for Bonifacio. Let me give you another example of this. Tell me then, for God's sake, Signor Baldassare, what has induced you to write and print this tract and to involve my name in it? You say in Virgilian verses that God has chosen you for this purpose. This is ignorance indeed. So the Lord had his disposal for such a sublime and important purpose no other more illuminated spirit and no more learned servant than just you? Of the host of all scholars, he has chosen nobody but you to deal with such a worthy manner? If the belief in the immortality of the soul were not implanted in the human spirit by other means than rational grounds, it would be served badly if there were not other than yours, which, although they emanate from learned authors, have been misunderstood and reproduced so badly by you. You want to deal with the soul, with immortality, with the most difficult and arduous question in all philosophy, which perhaps have been obscure to you in various aspects if theology had not come to your aid? You are certainly aware of the fact that you are neither a philosopher nor a theologian, and, if I am not mistaken, I have heard from your own mouth that the sciences do not belong to your profession. And in spite of this, you have dared to touch with your fingers such a sublime matter. It's pretty nasty, fighting words that she's not embarrassed whatsoever to speak. Now, one last quotation to give you a sense of her literary voice. I repeat what I have said already. This is not an answer to your challenge, but a simple manifesto to excuse my not making my appearance. There is no reason for a combat where no resistance exists, neither in words nor deeds. As far as I'm concerned, you may remove your armor, but even if you provoke me again with insults, I have no more intention of answering you, first because I do not want to waste my time, and then because I have no desire whatever to attract the attention of the public by my writings as you have shown yourself so ambitious to do. Live happy. You will attain the immortality which you preach so eloquently if you observe your Christian teachings as well as I observe the law of Judaism. Leave me alone already, because you're not going to get anywhere with this kind of activity. This is a really impressive thing. Again, place it within the time and circumstance. Really, for her to come out with things like this says a lot about who she was as a person. Now, before I go on to the last scandal, I will pause for questions or observations. Yes, good question. So, unlike the Ansaldo affair, these were publicly produced. These were like in the bookstores. So these were books which were public letters for everybody to read. They were not private ones which were later published. What other people reacted to them? We do have some letters in the affair. There was certainly a lot of sniggering at Bonifacio's expense, because here he had a serious smackdown from this young Jewish woman. We only have a handful of these kinds of reactions. There's no question they left her alone after this point. Oh, I wish we knew more about what the Jewish community had to say. We do not have a lot. We do have a few expressions of concern from Leon de Modena, who is well published, and he definitely supported her. There are some intimations that perhaps he helped her write the manifesto, because among other things, she had some learning. She had some classical Latin and Greek and so on, and she had some Hebrew. But it's not clear exactly how much of a scholar she was. But this manifesto is deeply scholarly, and it sounds rabbinic. So you feel like maybe she had a little bit of help. And given the family relationship, it's not surprising that she should ask Leon de Modena, please help me formulate my response. But the voice is clearly hers. It's her, telling Mr. Bonifacio where he's going. I think that's a very valid observation. And I think the part that's fascinating to me is that, like the internet, the availability of reasonably priced, mass-produced publications gives a lot of people a voice that had never had the possibility of speaking out before. As wealthy as her family probably was, she probably would never have recorded 10 words if it were not for the availability of the printing press. So now we begin to get a glimpse into the realities of life for women in the turn of the 17th century as a result of this developing technology. Fascinating. And of course, the ramifications for today are huge, because we're living in a society that makes the Gutenberg Revolution look like a little ripple. The internet has totally changed everything. Okay, let's go on to the third and final crisis. And this is an extremely sad one in many ways, the so-called Paluzzi affair. So she had a teacher named Paluzzi, who was one of these non-Jewish individuals who were in the literary circle. And at some point, Paluzzi decided to defraud his sponsor. She found that he was actually stealing from her, pilfering her goods, and so she fired him. He came back highly apologetic, and she accepted him back. And then, we don't have a lot of the details about these things. We have a lot of secondhand accounts. Apparently, he colluded with two of her friends to create an imaginary French literary admirer, just like the Ansaldo affair. And they kind of mimicked that, and she, as it were, fell for it again. At least as we're piecing together the story. Paluzzi arranged for a series of letters to arrive, telling Sarah that he loved her work, he read the manifesto, was fascinated, and things like that, and developing a relationship with her. She sent this imaginary admirer money. She had another portrait made of herself sent out to him. And the whole thing went on for quite a while until it was eventually discovered that Paluzzi was in charge of the affair. She charged him, and he was apparently convicted. We're not clear what the punishment was, but she suffered a great deal of humiliation towards the end of her life. That, in many ways, that was simply the same scam that she fell for with Ansaldo, but just this time for money. A very sad kind of end to her literary career. That's basically all we know about her within the context of 7 years of activity. But it occasions a lot of sort of reflections on what it means to be a Jewish woman at the turn of this 17th century. And I'd like to just pause for a second and think about that. So how important was she in the scope of Jewish history? On one level, she's important because she is a data point. Just the fact that we know her name, we know what she did, we know what she thought based on her writings. We would love this kind of data for any women at the turn of the 17th century because there's so few bits of information that we can use to recreate the social history of Jews at this time. But I think there's a lot more that we can say about her personally and the kind of position that she took with regards to her interlocutors. She was assailed publicly for her Judaism. She was put on the spot and she was humiliated publicly in an attempt to get her to convert to Christianity, which would have solved her problems and would have simply taken her off the storyboard of Jewish history altogether, but she refused to give in to these not inconsiderable pressures. We know a little bit about her own personal history, something I haven't shared with you very much. We know, for example, that although her marriage to Jacob was apparently happy, you have to wonder about the nature of their relationship if she's engaging in these kinds of very intense correspondences with others. She was a mother, but her only daughter died in infancy. She had a bad miscarriage later, and she refers to several bouts with very serious illnesses that makes one think that perhaps the miscarriage resulted in her later inability to have more children because she never did. So she certainly endured a lot of personal sadness in her own life that we can only get as hints, for example, through Ansaldo's correspondence with her. Nevertheless, the picture that emerges of this very human young woman is of a brave person who is striving to create a bridge for her own personal identity within both the Jewish world and within the secular world at the same time. Even though there are elements which we consider fundamentally incompatible, nevertheless, it is her passion to read this poetry. She loves being engaged with thinkers and poets, regardless of their background. She is tolerant to an incredible degree to hear their descriptions of what is important to them, and at the same time, she maintains her own boundaries, she maintains her own faith and position within the Jewish faith. And in that regard, it's hard to call her a feminist. To use that term anachronistically to the turn of the 17th century, I think would be an abuse of the term. But nevertheless, she is certainly a proud Jewish woman. She is someone whose stance for her faith is something that we can give to our own daughters as a role model, at least in part. And I myself take a lot of personal meaning from her life story. Well, I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I certainly did. It was fascinating doing the research on this young woman, and I literally laughed out loud at some passages in her manifesto, and was fascinated with the correspondence she had with Salvo Seva. And I want to take this moment to express my gratitude to all of you for watching these videos. I especially appreciate it when some of you actually come and show up in person. We had a few guests over the last couple of weeks that have seen these videos in various online formats, and then have actually come in to see that it happens in real life. I think that's fantastic. I also want to put in a plug here for the fact that, here at the college, 2/3 of our students are women. We spend a tremendous amount of energy educating future female Jewish leaders. We take great pride in it. We regard it as a very important aspect of our mission. And I want to share this mission with you and invite you to participate in it with us. You'll see on the bottom of your screen or on the top a little letter I, an opportunity if you'd like to support the mission by donating to scholarships to our students. I think that would be a fantastic thing. And I tell you what, if you have that little letter I at the top of your screen, please click on it. Even if you just want to appreciate the video and you enjoyed the lecture, just click on it because I see how many people click on it. I don't see your actual person ID, but I do see that people click on it. It makes me feel good to know that people out there believe in what we're doing and want to share in the mission. So, anyways, that's it. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video, and look forward to speaking with you in further lectures. Thank you very much.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Speech sounds don't include coughing, sneezing, or belching. They're the sounds that spoken languages combine with each other to make words. While there are a finite number of speech sounds, we can use them to make an infinite number of words. How the human body produces them. We start with the lungs, which push air up through the vocal folds, also known as vocal cords. Your vocal folds are thin membranes that sit across your throat and hide your
Hello, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the first lecture. I got some really great feedback, and it was really helpful for me to get a sense of how to design these classes better. So today we're going to go into the first real historical lecture. The lecture that you just listened to was a little bit more theoretical about historiography as opposed to history per se, and now we're going to get into the nitty-gritty. My goal for today is to really go over two things. First of all, to give you kind of a lightning review of Jewish history from the beginnings of time all the way up until the beginnings of the first millennium, the year 0. And then we're going to go from there. We're going to look a little bit at Jewish sectarianism. I want to give you a sense of the diversity of Jewish thought at the beginning of the first millennium. So that's our goal for today, those two things. Let's get started. So here you see in the cover image a really interesting kind of thing. It's a mural from the Dura Europos synagogue, which is a 3rd century synagogue that was unearthed in rather remarkably good condition. And as you can see, it's a great example of Hellenistic Judaism. It's a great example looking at the influence of Hellenism on Jewish thought and practice. This is a scene in the synagogue that depicts the rescue of Moses from the Nile River by Bat Paro, the daughter of Pharaoh. You can see her there at the bottom of the screen, tastefully edited by my little block there. But in the background, you can, so obviously they had no problem with nudity and things like this in the walls of synagogues. But if you look at the style of representation, they all essentially look like Middle Eastern, really Greek women with the almond-shaped eyes and things like that. And the sort of two-dimensional framing, the expressions, all this sort of stylistic devices are clear influence of Greek culture, which is normal. I mean, after all, the Jews were living in a very Greek culture at the time. And that's going to be the underlying theme of today's class. So first of all, let's talk a little bit about our sources for Jewish history. I mean, what exactly are our sources for Jewish history? First of all, we have the Bible, the Torah, perhaps better phrase, the Tanakh, which refers to the three sections of the Hebrew Scriptures. That is the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses, followed by the Nevi'im, or the prophets, and then finally by the Ketuvim, or writings, which cover things like Proverbs and Psalms and things like that. And it's a fantastic source with all kinds of amazing information, and it really is the first go-to source for any of the information we're going to look at in the ancient period. Unfortunately, it is not intended by its authors as a historical source. I mean, the prophets and so on, when they recorded those things, they were not necessarily intending to give us a modern critical historical account of what happened in the ancient period. The primary goal of the works of Nach in particular are spiritual edification, to teach us spiritual lessons and to try to, advance the cause of Jewish values and so on. So it's great for gathering information, but it should not be considered a history book per se. Secondly, we have the so-called pseudographa and apocrypha. These are works which are ancient, usually of Jewish authorship, but they didn't make it into the Tanakh for various reasons, sometimes discussed in the Talmud, for example. These books were debated. Do they have sufficient spiritual content? Are they in line with mainstream thinking on Judaism? In fact, some books like Shir HaShirim, the Song of Songs, were actually debated and made it into the Tanakh. Others were debated and did not make it into the Tanakh. For example, Ben Sira. And these books are sometimes included in other Bibles, like, for example, the Catholic Bible has some really interesting books that the Jewish Bible does not include. And I'm not talking here about the so-called New Testament, which is the Christian scriptures per se. There are books like Judith and Tobit and First and Second Maccabees, which were considered Sifrei Chitzoniyim, external books or exterior books by the Jews. They were considered, integral to other traditions, and they were in fact incorporated into non-Jewish Bibles. But these kinds of texts, like the biblical texts, were intended primarily to, impart an edifying message, cannot be considered appropriately as historical sources, but they do have historical data that we can use. Finally, we have scattered sources in various non-Jewish documents and archaeological finds and things like that. And these are of somewhat dubious value as well. First of all, there are not so many of them. There's clearly the first source to go to are intrinsic Jewish sources, but there are occasional references in ancient Egyptian literature, later Greek literature, and Roman literature, which can shed valuable light on Jewish history. Obviously, they're highly tendentious, often trying to cast the Jews in a particular light. This is the stele of the pharaoh Merneptah.
Welcome. How are you?
The earliest reference found to Jews in a non-Jewish source, and it dates from...
What's good, son? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, we're just watching... There you go. I didn't want to talk with you anyway.
From the 13th century before the Common Era, and there's this phrase, Israel is wasted, its seed exists no more. Rather nasty kind.
Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
How you living,
Yeah, I
Tim?
can hear you.
Excellent. How are things in your neck of the woods?
It's going pretty good. Can't complain.
Excellent. How'd you find out about me?
So I was actually in your
server, like the public server 1, whatever it's called,
Hey.
and click your profile, and I clicked the link, and then it brought me here.
Very well. Well, welcome. How are things going for you today?
It's going good. It's going good.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I heard of it, but I never actually seen it.
Okay, that's all right. Well, essentially, you can watch my life from like 22 different angles on YouTube, and basically everything that I do. And I basically do everything online of interest, and I have more data than any person in global history. How's that sound?
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Excellent. Well, we have my friend Audie here. We're about to play a game. I'm going to use the restroom first, but yeah, I'm always online, always live, so feel free to make yourself at home, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, my friend.
Okay.
Kind of doomsday statement. But if we look over here, okay, so this is what Israel's seed looks like today. Okay, interesting, nice, happy children. It's a Yom HaAtzmaut, Israeli Independence Day celebration there. And this is what the author, or this is what the Pharaoh Merempta looks like. Not so good. Let's have a look at it again. Here's Israel's seed, which according to the Pharaoh is wasted and no more. And let's look at the Pharaoh. I mean, I'm just saying. Okay, let's go on. So, anyways, let's go quickly through the first temple period. And this is going to be a lightning flash through quite a few centuries of history. We begin with the conquest of Canaan, which is described in the last section of the Torah and the first few books of Nach, specifically Joshua and then Judges. And then we move from there rather rapidly into the monarchy, the establishment of the first Jewish king, known as King Saul, which then is handed over to his son-in-law, King David. In fact, that takes up most of the description of the book of Samuel. And then it's handed over to David's son, Solomon, Shlomo, and that goes into the book of Kings and so on. After the monarchy is established, then we have its dissolution into two states, two divided kingdoms, Judah in the south and Israel in the north. I'm going to show you a map of that shortly. Then in the late 8th century, a terrible tragedy strikes as the northern kingdom is conquered by the Assyrians, and the 10 northern tribes are taken away into captivity and lost forever. This is the source of the famous 10 lost tribes of Judaism. And it's interesting, if you follow the history of the idea of the 10 lost tribes, there are all kinds of peoples, including, for example, the British people, American Indians, African tribes who have claimed to be descended from the 10 lost tribes. Might be some interesting things actually coming out of DNA research right now. But moving on from there, the most important event afterwards is the 6th century destruction of all of Israel by the Babylonians, and then the carting away of a good chunk of the population to Babylon in particular. They are there for about 70 years before they are allowed to return and rebuild the temple. Most Jews stayed in Babylon, but quite a few returned to Israel and created a second temple, and there was a Jewish Renaissance. So if you have a look at the maps here, here's a map of the divided kingdoms of Judah and Israel. You can see that Judah is in the Judean desert and southward towards the Negev. The kingdom of Israel is further north in the region of today's Shomron, the Galil, and even extended across the Jordan River into contemporary Jordan. Here's a map of the Neo-Babylonian Empire, the period in which the Jews were carted off there. And they're leaving from places like Judah, you see towards the left, moving over into the Mesopotamian region. The word Mesopotamia means between the rivers, and refers to the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, not shown here, but they sort of go diagonally down from the center of the map into the Persian Gulf, what would be today contemporary Iraq, ending in Kuwait. And the Jews set up several cities or several villages, which later grow into cities along these two rivers, and this becomes the heartland of Judaism for the next few hundred years, as we shall discuss in later lectures. This is kind of an interesting little thing. This is a piece of pottery that was discovered in Israel around this time of the Renaissance of Jews after the return under Ezra in the 6th century. And it's written in the Old Hebrew script, and the text reads, belonging to Yehoyishma, daughter of Shamash Shar Usur. So the Yehoyishma is a Jewish name, meaning God will listen in Hebrew. And Shamash Shar Usur is a man's name that refers explicitly to a Babylonian god. So it's kind of an interesting document because it shows that the daughter who owned this signet had a Hebrew name that with a clear reference to the Jewish God, but her father, who was not so frum, had a Babylonian name. And I think this is a little bit like, if you could imagine like a t-shirt or something, and you looked at the collar in the back and it said, this belongs to Yehudis, the daughter of Marvin, as kind of a comparison today, where a girl has a Hebrew name and her father has an English name. I myself, I go by my slave name, Henry, in public, I guess, but all of my kids have Hebrew names, so it's kind of a funny thing. And if you go back a couple of generations in my family, then everyone has Hebrew names again. So there's kind of this cycle of Hebrew and then more assimilationist, then Hebrew, and so on. But let's move on. Okay. So, concluding with the first part of this lecture, the next big chapter is the introduction of Greek culture, known as Hellenism. Hellas is the Greek word for Greece, and it really starts with Alexander the Great. If you have a look at this map here, Alexander comes from Macedon, which is towards the top left of the map, and he embarks on this massive crusade in the 4th century before the Common Era that conquers the entire eastern half of the Mediterranean basin, and then extends out through Mesopotamia and makes its way all the way over to Afghanistan and what would be today parts of Pakistan. And this area is suddenly included within one overarching culture, Greek culture, and this creates essentially a Hellenism that stretches over many boundaries that prior to this point never experienced a significant contact with Greek culture. And it really makes a huge difference. In fact, the Jews loved it. The Jews just found Hellenism so fascinating. One may say that Western culture, meaning European culture and by extension North American culture, those cities. Athens, which is one of the most important Greek cities, and Jerusalem, of course. And this refers to the melding of Hellenistic culture or Greek culture with Jewish culture. The Greeks contributed philosophy, art, literature, science, a lot of the ways that we think about the world, the way that we understand beauty, for example, really are based on Greek norms. But on the other hand, the Jews contributed a lot of our religious knowledge, a lot of our morality came from the concept of Jewish monotheism, the idea of a personal deity, meaning a God that actually knows each of us personally and will communicate with us individually, and that we can communicate with individually through prayer, a God that worships a God that values justice and will punish the wicked and reward the one who does right, and so on. And of course, the extensive idea of life after death, which really flows from the idea of schar va'onesh, or punishment and reward. But the difficulty is, and was especially for Hellenistic Jews, where to draw the line. I mean, it's all fine and good to have Greek science, Greek literature, Greek art, things like that. But when you get to Greek mythology, Greek gods, things like that, where do you say stop here and no more culture, because then it affects our own culture? So in fact, this is one of the major fights that was battled by the Jews in the second and first centuries, particularly in the Hashmonaim revolt of the 2nd century, where, as I'm sure you're familiar from your Hanukkah stories, that several Jews began to protest against other Jews who were so-called mityavnim, or self-Greekers, those who make themselves Greek, and they felt that they were tossing away too much that was essential to Jewish tradition in open slavish emulation of Greek norms, which got to the point of even desecrating the temple with idols and things like that. A national revolt ensued, led by the Maccabees, and surprisingly, the Jews were victorious, and they succeeded in establishing a Jewish kingdom for a brief period of time, separating from Alexander's reign and creating an independent state. Now, by the time we get to the year 0, the Hashmonaim had unfortunately declined, and ultimately the Romans began to take over the region. By the year 0, the Romans were firmly in power, and now we're moving into the second part of today's lecture, which really has to do with Jewish sectarianism. I'd like to take kind of a quick cross-section at Jewish opinion about how to deal with the Roman reality, and we'll place that into a larger historical context. So, the first group that we should look are the so-called Sadducees, or in Hebrew the Tzedukim, who took their name from Tzadok, who was one of the early Kohanim. So-called because they were associated quite profoundly with the temple and its rituals. The Romans, having taken over political power, essentially gave the temple to those people who would bow to their wishes. And as a result, the Sadducees gained power in exchange for ultimately capitulation to the Roman demands. The Romans would demand things which went far beyond really what was acceptable under traditional Jewish practice. But this,
What'd you say?
1 year from today, we're going to play.
No, we'll play right now.
Did you just say 1 day?
No, we'll play right now. JMO, if you want to play, we play a game called... We play a bunch of games, but we play on an app called Plato, Plato, like the philosopher. Feel free to download it. It's available on the App Store and Google Play, and it's free. And it has all kinds of games on it, like soccer and mini golf, darts, chess, checkers. Basically, any mini game, you name it, it's got it. And if you want to play with us, let me know. If not, you just chill and watch history lectures.
Okay, I appreciate it. What's the name of it? What's the name of the game again?
Plato, Plato.
Yeah, ATO. Okay, yeah, I'll look into it, but I'm not gonna play. I'll just watch the history.
Absolutely. Artie, you have an invitation.
the Sadducees felt that the Romans were, invincible, and the only way to really preserve Jewish practice would be to simply go along with what they were thinking. Similarly, the Sadducees were highly Hellenized. They rejected core elements of what had become Jewish standard thought, for example, the belief in the oral Torah, life after death, things like that. And they were excoriated by other groups of Jews, as we shall see. Here's a piece of art from another religious tradition, and there's a Sadducee here, known as Caiaphas, and you can see that he's portrayed even by another religious tradition, not necessarily in a complimentary light. So the first group are the Sadducees. Then we move on to the Pharisees, and these are the so-called good guys. The term Pharisee in English derives from the Hebrew parushim, which means to separate, those who separate, lifrosh, and their strategy was to essentially separate from the political institutions of Jewish power. They believed in kind of a tactical retreat, meaning if they could not control the temple without giving in to Roman demands, it would be better if they retreated from the temple, if they abandoned the temple, but they retreated to a position where they could safely define the core elements of Judaism and ensure that their followers were towing the line. Things like tithes became very important. Attachment to scholars, study of oral Torah, these things became prominent to the Parushim. They are essentially the main progenitors of what we would call today Rabbinic Judaism. The Pharisees were the rabbis, and most of the heroes that we have in the Jewish tradition derive from this group. The next group that's really important are the Zealots, and we're going to spend a lot more time talking about them next week when we look at the Roman-Jewish wars. But their strategy was one of attack, meaning they did not believe at all in capitulating to the Romans like the Sadducees. They also did not believe in a tactical retreat like the Pharisees. They believed that the only way to defend the Jewish polity would be to forcibly throw the Romans out of the country. An amazingly quixotic and fanciful kind of desire, given the overwhelming power of the Romans, but emboldened by the example of the Hashmonim, the Hasmoneans, the Zealots felt that this was a viable alternative, and thus they were prepared to undertake it, even to the extent of fighting with other Jewish groups. We'll return to those groups. We'll return to the Zealots next week. Finally, you have the Essenes, which were one of several highly separatist Jewish groups whose strategy was radical retreat, meaning the end of time was near. The Messiah was about to arrive, by the way, a belief that cascaded through all of these Jewish groups in one way or another, and that the correct way to deal with the Roman threat was to totally distance themselves from everything and focus completely on spiritual activities. Many of the Essenes practiced rather bizarre antinomian behavior, not necessarily traditional in Jewish practice at all. They tended to live in caves like these in the Judean desert, where in 1952, a young Arab boy was looking for a lost sheep. He wandered into one of these caves and he found one of the most amazing treasure troves discovered in modern history, the so-called Dead Sea Scrolls. Called the Dead Sea because Qumran, where they were found, is very close to the Dead Sea. And if we look at those scrolls, like we go into one of these caves here, watch this really cool effect. Here we go into the caves. He found these clay pots and he opened them up and he brought them into Jerusalem, and they were found to have all these amazing scrolls, samples of the entire Hebrew Bible, and lots of other documents as well, which were collected by groups like the Essenes and sheltered away in these caves. So we know a lot about the tenor of Jewish life at the turn of the year zero through documents like the Dead Sea Scrolls, which are now housed, by the way, in an architecturally amazing shrine in Israel, in Jerusalem, called the Shrine of the Book. You walk into this amazingly shaped device, which is supposed to be evocative of the original containers in which they were discovered, and you find the various scrolls laid out for public viewing. So those are the major groups. Let's plot them on a Venn diagram very quickly so it's easy to remember. First of all, you have the Sadducees, whose goal was to capitulate. They said the only way that we can manage our relationship with the Romans is if we give in to them, and we essentially let them have what they want. They were opposed by the Zealots, who felt that we should be at war with the Romans. We should forcibly evict them from the land of Israel. And also at odds with the Essenes, who felt that, politics, nishvaruns, not for us. We're going to go live in caves and separate completely from society. The sweet spot, which really evoked elements of all of these groups in one form or another, were the Pharisees, whose primary strategy was one of tactical retreat, meaning a temporary and well-defined retreat in order to be able to maintain a much more defensible ideological boundary with the outside society. And those are the progenitors of Rabbinic Judaism today. Okay, so that's the second lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. And I look forward to speaking with you in person, virtually, and in the next lecture.
commemorative date that recognizes the completion of the Septuagint, also pronounced Septuagint, which is basically the translation of the Torah into Koine Greek. So let's have a quick look at this unusual phenomenon. The legend associated with the translation is really quite fascinating. It dates back to the 3rd or possibly 2nd century before the Common Era, and it is recorded in classical Greek sources as well as rabbinic sources. And the legend basically goes, there are some variations, that King Ptolemy of Egypt wanted to produce a translation of the Torah, a great work of Jewish literature, for his library and presumably for the Jewish population of Alexandria who may not have had a working knowledge of Hebrew. He commissioned from the high priest in Israel, again according to the legend, to have a number of scholars sent down to Alexandria where they would work on the translation. He received 72 scholars, representatives from each of the 12 tribes, and to ensure that the translation would be honest, he placed all of them in separate rooms and gave them a copy of the Torah and had them record their own translation. Amazingly, as the legend goes, a miracle occurred, and when they all came out of their separate rooms and compared their translations, they were all identical. There's a small comment on this by Rabbi Yitzchak Hutner, who is reputed to have once said that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle at all. You take 70 rabbis, put them all in one room, and see if they come out with the same translation. Now that's a miracle. But going back to Septuagint, it was received very positively by the ancient Jewish community in Egypt, particularly by Philo, also pronounced Philo Judaeus, who was perhaps the most important proponent of Jewish thought in the Greek language and had a huge influence on Christian understandings of Judaism in the early, the ancient and in the medieval world, who viewed it very positively initially as a wonderful achievement of scholarship, making the Torah available in a vernacular of approximately the 1st century before the Common Era. Christian reception of the book was extremely important because, of course, the early Christians, particularly once you get past the first few generations who were born in Israel, had very little facility with the Hebrew original of the Torah. And as it became into greater use, and of course it was expanded upon not only from the 5 books of the Torah, but into the other books of the Bible, there were many very important elements in the translation which formed Christian theology. For example, translations of key passages in the book of Isaiah rendered the figure of Mary as a virgin, whereas the original text in the Hebrew uses the word Alma, which is generally meant to mean young woman, which is quite a very different translation. Later on, a few centuries later, Jerome performed a service for the scholarly world and for the clergy by translating the Bible into Latin. He had much more significant Hebrew skills, and as a result, he relied only partially on the Septuagint, and in fact went back to the Hebrew translation, the Hebrew original, I should say, which resulted in much more fidelity to the original. For this, he was heavily criticized by St. Augustine, the church father, who felt that the Septuagint, even though it was ultimately a translation, nevertheless represented a Christological version of the Torah. Jewish reception is somewhat muted when you move outside of Philo's philosophical circles and Egypt in particular. The legends that are recorded in the Talmud speak of 13 distinct changes which the translators of the Septuagint, translators of the Torah into the Greek vernacular, enacted, primarily for various political and theological items on their agenda in order to make sure that the Torah would be appropriately received by its Greek readers. And as a result, the Septuagint has largely dropped out of the rabbinic tradition, even though it was performed under some level of duress. It is not considered one of the most authoritative renderings of the Torah, and as a result, it barely appears in most rabbinic literature, especially when you compare it to Aramaic translations like that of Onkelos. And in fact, as Professor Moshe Simon Shoshan wrote in a very useful article, I've given you the title of it here and it is available on the web, the rabbis generally don't even use the word targum, which means translation, when they refer to the Septuagint. They prefer to use the term katav, which means writing, meaning the Septuagint was written as an original work of religious scholarship, as opposed to being a faithful translation of the Torah. This all fits within the larger scope of the discussion of the controversies over Bible and Talmud translations as a whole, which are beyond the scope of our discussion today. But I thank you very much for listening, and I hope you have an excellent week. Oh, I'm on. Okay, all right. Welcome, everyone. We have a controversial and difficult lecture tonight, so I hope no one's going to ask any very hard questions. I want to give I'm really pleased. I was surprised at how well received the Philo lecture was, because I thought it was pitched very high, and it was a complicated topic and not necessarily a tasteful topic, but everyone seemed to enjoy it, so I decided I would dig a little deeper today. We're also going to talk about a difficult and controversial topic, one that I don't think is typically discussed in young Israels around this country, but I think you might find it interesting nevertheless. I want to give a shout out to the West Coast, to Dr. David Lemberg and Laura, who contacted me this week over the internet because they enjoyed some of the lectures, and they're watching it not live, but in spirit. And I decided I can't hold back. I will start with a joke, because I heard a great joke on Shabbos from Rabbi Eli Smith. The only problem is I've told this joke over now. Rabbi Smith told it amazingly well, and I've told it over 4 times, and I have stumbled over the punchline every time. So I still have not got the punchline exactly right. I'm sure that after the lecture you'll help me out with it. So the joke goes like this. It's set in Chelm, which is
a small village in Polish Lithuania that is in Jewish parlance. It's kind of like the place where all Jews of less than average intelligence dwell. And there's so many jokes about Helmer Yidden. Just like in Canada, people would say these jokes about the people from Newfoundland. They call them Newfies and so on. So anyways, the joke goes like this. There's a horse thief in Chelm. And he goes into a barn late one night. A couple of beautiful horses there. So he steals one of them, takes it out of the barn, and goes out into the forest, ties it up to a tree, goes back into the barn to steal the second horse. While he's in there, however, he trips over a barrel and makes a bit of a commotion. This wakes up the farmer, and the farmer comes out into the barn to see what's going on. The thief doesn't have anywhere to run. He can't get away, so he goes into the empty stall, and he gets down on his hands and knees. The farmer goes into the barn. He's looking around. He looks in the stall, and he sees the thief there. And he says, "Who are you?" And the thief, thinking fast, says, "I'm your horse. I'm your horse, yes. Many, many years ago, I was a human being, and I did a terrible, terrible Avera. I did a horrible sin, and I was transformed into a horse. And to pay off my debt, I had to go through this kind of Gilgul as a horse for many years, and I guess I've paid off my debt, and I'm human again. And my name is Yankel, and I can't wait to start my life again." So the farmer is really impressed. He thinks that's amazing, and he invites him into his house, and he gives him something to eat, and he realizes he has some money, so he gives him a few rubles, and he says, "Whoops, what happened here? We lost the screen." Mr. Rodriguez, that's your fault, right? Okay, let's see if we can get this back on. Thank you, Eliza, for noting that. Oops. Okay, we got it back. So back to the joke. Gives him a few rubles, sets him on his way. The next day, the farmer realizes he has to go replace his horse, so he goes into the horse market. And he's walking around looking at the various horses, and he sees one that looks suspiciously familiar. And he walks up to it, and he looks in its eyes, and he looks at its teeth, and he looks under the left ear where there was a little scratch, and in fact, there it is. And he looks at the horse, and he says, "Yankel, it was only a few hours. Did you do it again?" Okay, all right. So it's only been a few days since our last class, and I hope that we'll be able to get back to where we are. Tonight's lecture is on Paul of Tarsus, also known as Saint Paul, certainly the most important of the apostles, and of course Jewish by origin and Jewish by complexity and by complexion during his lifetime. He dealt with all things Jewish, but he was, I should say, probably one of the 10 most influential Jews in world history. Clearly, highly responsible for the spread of Christianity. One might argue even more than Jesus himself. Paul was responsible for Christianity becoming as popular as it was. So it's a little bit of a controversial topic to discuss in a history class like this in Young Israel, but I think that we're all very broad-minded people, and I think it's an important thing for us to understand this strange, if aberrant, part of the Jewish history that we all celebrate. Let me mention, first of all, thanks to Aaron and Susan Weinberg, who are sponsoring tonight's lecture. We can give a big hand for our sponsors. Just having your presence here is a tremendous sponsorship. I'm very grateful to have all of you here, but it is really nice to acknowledge the Young Israel that does so much for this class, pays a small stipend to our wonderful greeter and for our technical help, and makes it possible to put these things on the web, light and heat and so on, and the cookies, of course. So we invite sponsorships, the $200 for a lecture, and it goes directly to the synagogue, particularly towards the we're hoping to build a new facility just across the street, so that involves a lot of costs, and hopefully we'll have a wonderful lecture hall with great lighting and stuff like that in the future. So please contact the Young Israel of Bell Harbor if you want to give online, and let's go straight to the lecture then. Okay. So speaking about Paul,
as I mentioned, he is a hugely influential Jewish apostle, meaning he was one of the principal followers of Jesus in his lifetime and shortly thereafter. Arguably the most important of all the apostles. Certainly within the arguments that were held between the various apostles, Paul's position on the future of Christianity was regnant, and it was ultimately his decision on how to portray Christianity that made it so popular with the non-Jewish world and took it from being a small sect involving an obscure group of Jews in Jerusalem, a very provincial place, and made it part of the world stage. When we look at the sheer volume of work that he's responsible for, about 14 of 27 books of the Christian New Testament are attributed to Paul. Likely 7 of them are authentic, and others may have been attributed later in his life. Still a very significant proportion of them. And during his entire life, I won't go into that joke now. During his life, although he was obsessed and completely occupied with the spread of Christianity, he was also engaged in a very difficult internal dialogue that he was quite open about in the texts of his various writings with the Torah, trying to understand what is the role of the Torah in this new movement following Jesus. And we're going to spend a lot of time in the next 45 odd minutes exploring various aspects of this, but maybe I'll just say it in one sentence now before we return to it. Basically, there was a huge debate among the apostles as to whether Jesus wanted his thought to be interpreted as a variety of Judaism, meaning that all Christians should be following the Torah just as regular Jews were, that the Torah retains its validity, and that all of the commandments are completely binding on every follower of Jesus, or, as Paul argued, that there was a new covenant that somehow replaced the old covenant, at least for non-Jews. Meaning, if your typical Greek or Roman wanted to come within the realm of Christian teaching, did they have to also adopt all kinds of Jewish behaviors, such as circumcision and kashrut, or were they free to ignore those commandments and somehow create a different kind of faith, to articulate some different sort of religion? And so he was occupied all the time with this question of what is the meaning of Torah for the Christian world. It's also important to note that the term used for Torah in itself says something about his relationship with it, and also had a huge impact on the way the world as a whole views the Torah, and it's somewhat limiting in its scope. The word used in Paul's writings, at least as we have them today in Greek, is nomos, which means basically law, standard, rule, decree, these kinds of things. It means like these are the rules of behavior. The word Torah, of course, is much larger than that. It comes from the root word hora'ah, which means instruction, teaching, direction, guidance, which is far more wide and broad than the idea of a narrow law. There's like a moral world, a moral kind of scope to things, which cannot be bounded in a single, specific do this or don't do that. But nevertheless, the use of the word nomos, translated as law, says something about how people viewed the Torah through the lens of the Greek language. And of course, flowing from that is the fact that if Paul had a difficult time with the Torah, he certainly had a difficult time dealing with his Jewish origins. What was he himself supposed to be? What kind of identity as a Christian was he supposed to adopt? How was he supposed to portray that? How was he especially supposed to portray it to non-Jews? He is known as the apostle to the Gentiles because, unlike the other apostles who basically wanted to keep it in the family, that Christianity was a Jewish affair, only for Unzera, only for us, Paul argued that, in fact, Jesus' message was much larger and should be taken outside of the family to the larger world. Okay, so that's the quick introduction of Paul. Let's go on to the next slide here. He was born in Tarsus. We can see over here is roughly in modern-day Turkey in Asia Minor. Fairly wealthy family. He received a very strong classical Hellenistic education, fluent in Greek and most likely in Koine, the vernacular, as well as in Hebrew. He went by his Hebrew name Shaul, or Saul, and in fact, it appears that he did not change his name from Shaul to Paul. He used these simultaneously. There are several references in the Christian Bible, things like Paul, the one who is called Saul, or the terms seem to be fairly interchangeable, although on the whole the name Paul is prominent. So I think it's a lot like what it is today. For example, my Hebrew name, Henry, right? And I use both of those interchangeably depending on the context, who I'm talking to, and things like that. And it appears that Paul of Tarsus, also known as Saul or Shaul of Tarsus, used these identities simultaneously and could flit between the two of them. His family, as I mentioned, were wealthy, and he held Roman citizenship by birth, but he never disavowed his Jewish origins. He never, for example, Jewish socialists of the early 20th century, some of whom would say things like, I am not a Jew, I am a communist, right? Or I am not a Jew, I am a Soviet citizen. That's not the kind of approach that Paul took. He definitely acknowledged his Jewish roots, and he refers to himself throughout the Bible in places like a Pharisee, son of a Pharisee. You'll recall the Pharisees, the Prushim. We spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in terms of Jewish sectarianism. Basically, the rabbis. He refers to them as of the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin. Shaul is a common name among Binyaminites because of King Shaul, a Hebrew of the Hebrews. So he clearly places the locus of his identity within the sphere of Judaism. His family made their living through tent making, which sounds kind of obscure to us today, I guess. I don't know anyone who is a tent maker today, even though it is in the needle trade, or, like my father would say, the schmata business. But back then, I guess tent making was probably something like being a contractor or being a developer, right? And say, we can put 20 tents out here. We have a lot of people coming about, be Levittown, or yeah, not very funny. Okay. In terms of his relationship with the rest of his family, we only know little scattered bits about his family, and many of those bits come from later unreliable sources, so it's not clear. However, he, in his own writings, refers to some of his cousins who apparently were also in the family business and also became Christian before him. So there's kind of like an extended phenomenon going on with his family. Now, we should understand early Christianity in its Jewish context. Just by way of kind of diversion, the top here is one of Rembrandt's paintings of Jesus, and the bottom picture here is one of his paintings of Jesus, and the top is his model for Jesus. One of the interesting things about Rembrandt is that he felt that, rather than looking at classical Greek and Roman art for the models for biblical figures, he looked to contemporary Jews living in Amsterdam in the 17th century. So he went out and he found a young Sephardic Jew. This is called, by Rembrandt, Portrait of a Young Sephardic Jew. And it's clear that he took his face as, boy, that guy looks just like Jesus. And then he modeled Jesus right on him. The reason why I put these two pictures here is to show that we have to understand Christianity is really deeply a Jewish phenomenon in the first century, really bleeding into the second century. It's an overwhelmingly Jewish phenomenon. Everybody's Jewish. Jesus is Jewish. The apostles are Jewish. People who argue with them are Jewish. Everyone is Jewish. And Christianity represents, in one sense, the earliest and wildly successful breakaway minion of all time. Right? You're probably familiar with that term, breakaway minion. It's when, you have a very successful shul, and it's so successful that someone has to complain about something, and so they get together, 10 guys, and they go and they start another shul down the road. Kind of like amoebas, replicating and things like that. So early Christianity is, in its origins, though, it's just a breakaway minion. It's like a group of Jews who have a slightly different shita, a slightly different opinion about what the figure of Jesus means, and they decided to branch off on their own. But as we shall see, that branch grew dramatically wider over time. It did not heal, as many of these breakaway minions will, as shuls will coalesce and come back together based on social economic reasons, this breakaway minion really took off and went in a different direction. And I hope to explore some of the reasons for that over the course of the next half hour or so. We should, however, place Jesus within his context, and this is a little bit more difficult. But if you recall, there are four basic socio-political religious orientations of Jews in the first century. You had the Sadducees, who were essentially capitulating to Rome. They tended to be the establishment, the man, right? Caiaphas, the high priest in the Christian Testament. You had the Pharisees, who were the rabbis, who were largely dispossessed of formal power structures, but had a great deal of popularity on the ground. Charismatic local leaders and so on. Then you had the zealots, who are kind of, angry and just looking for an opportunity to try and fight against Rome and against other Jews who disagree with their position. And you had the Essenes and various groups like them who sought, radical departure from society, living in the caves and things like that. So placing Jesus within that four quadrants, it appears very clear that he is a rebellious Pharisee, meaning his whole worldview is very Pharisaic in nature. His teachings are heavily dependent on rabbinic teachings, in particular that of Hillel. There's no question that he has a particular bent when he looks at Pharisaic teachings. Tends to be very pacifistic, tends to be very turn the other cheek. All of the most famous of Jesus' sayings are really taken from earlier Jewish sayings, either in the written Torah or in the oral Torah. Yet he was rebellious, meaning he was not a Pharisee who kind of duly noted the teachings of his rabbis and went along with them and things like that. He fought against many of the teachings of the rabbis, and he felt that more should be done to change the status quo. Things like his tendency to be a great populist, like he used to hang out with the less desirable members of society, prostitutes, criminals, thieves, and so on. That was something that maybe the Pharisees were not doing quite as much, and he occupied that kind of margin of acceptability in the Pharisaic community. We don't know really very much about what Jesus would have thought of Paul's carrying forward of his mission, at least that is, unless we want to take the Gospels at face value, which would not really be appropriate in a history lecture, nor in a Young Israel, I think. But it's very difficult for us to know what Jesus would have made of all this. He may have wanted to keep it entirely in the family forever, but that was not to be. The most significant thing, the next intersection with Jews that is very important for the history of Jewish-Christian relations is, of course, the Passion. That is the trial and crucifixion of Jesus, which, if you only take the gospel accounts, if you only take the biblical accounts themselves, basically he was betrayed by one of his own followers to the Romans. The Sadducees were very happy to see this happen and may have played a role colluding with them to make this happen. The Romans felt that he was, disrupting the social order, but as it were, on the holiday of Passover, as I think I mentioned in another lecture, so I'm not going to go into detail, Pontius Pilate, the governor, offered to allow one prisoner to go free, either Jesus or Barabbas, a thief, and the Jews gathered there. Again, we have no other source for this, but the Jews gathered there, said they wanted Barabbas to be released and that Jesus could be crucified. And when Pontius Pilate asked for a confirmation, they said, very important passage in the Gospel according to Matthew, "His blood be on us and upon our children," which for centuries has been interpreted by no friends of the Jews to mean that all Jews for all time accepted responsibility for the death of Jesus. His blood be on us and on our children. Most scholars believe that this phrase was actually written shortly after the destruction of the temple, and it was written in a sense that it was proving the reason for the destruction of the temple was the rejection of Jesus, and that the author did not mean all Jews, like meaning us, included within that statement, but nevertheless it's an open-ended statement that has been so interpreted. The kind of Mel Gibson take on the Passion, with Jews very much involved in the torturing and in the whipping and things like that, none of that is present in the Gospels whatsoever. Most of that comes from much later mystical meditations of nuns and monks who have recorded their kind of like thought experiments, sort of imagining what it must have been like for Jesus. And unfortunately, the Jews have not come off very well in these accounts. And the passion plays that have been enacted for centuries in many European cities always tend to portray Jews in a distinctly negative light. But at any rate, sorry, Stephen? It was treated as gospel, right? So we keep it that way. No, what's happening, though, is after the Passion, what happens is, okay, so Jesus is gone now. What's to happen with this new movement? And we have to explore basically two ideas. One is, what is the church supposed to do? It's not a church yet. It's still a shul. Still a group of Jews. What are they supposed to do with the growing number of non-Jews who are being attracted to this movement? What role do they have? Isn't this a Jewish thing? Are we supposed to keep them in the shul? What do we do with them? And secondly, what should the Jewish synagogue, the traditionalists, how should they deal with this movement that does not show any signs of slowing down? So one thing in particular, before we move on away from this slide, ultimately, from the rabbinical perspective, the rabbis said, probably around the year 100, they said in Yiddish, schon genug, which, of course, they didn't speak Yiddish back then, but they said, enough already. And they instituted a formal ban on believing Christians in the synagogue. Meaning, if you were a Jew, and you believe that Jesus was Messiah. And I should mention, by the way, there were at least half a dozen people who were competing for that title in the first century. Reasonable competitors that had lots of followers. Only Jesus' movement really took off. But if you were a Jew who believed that Jesus was Mashiach, and you kept coming to shul, at one point the rabbi said, that's it. We do not regard this as acceptable, ideology within the synagogue, and you're no longer welcome here. How did they enforce this? They instituted a blessing in the Shmona Esrei, in the central prayer, the Amidah. The Shmona Esrei, of course, the word means 18, and there are 18 blessings in the Shmona Esrei, but if you count them today, you'll see there are in fact 19. And what is the 19th blessing? It is the blessing that reads V'la Malshinim, and for the informers. In some very early textual variants, it even says V'la Notzrim, and for the Christians. Meaning it's quite explicit. And it says, anyone who does these things, let there be no hope for them, let they be, nullified, and so on and so forth. We can read the actual text of it if you want. And the way that it would be implemented is, that's because I was just talking too much, right? So it'll come back in a second. The way it would be implemented is, if they suspected someone of harboring Christian beliefs, they would say to him, Shloimi, why don't you daven from the Amud? Why don't you lead the prayers today? And he would have to go up there, and he would have to publicly repeat the Amidah. And when he got to that particular blessing, he had a choice. Either he could pronounce it, and this blessing was really a curse upon himself. So if he were to say that blessing, that meant, okay, I'm in like flint with the Jews, I reject my Christian leanings. But if he refused to say it, then he would the Apostle John, Saint John, was one of these Jews, and in fact his treatment of the Jews in the Gospels is perhaps the nastiest of them all. There is, even within the Talmud, a line of criticism thinking that maybe we were too harsh about this, arguing that perhaps we pushed away the early Christians with two hands. Please tell me, did I tell you the story about Jesus in the hotel? It's not a joke. Okay, so I'll tell you the story here that describes this from the Talmudic perspective, and then we really got to move on. The Talmud describes a fascinating interchange between Jesus, who appears, maybe 20 times in the Torah, in the Talmud, and his Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia. There's some questions about whether it's the right Rabbi. The Talmud precedes this description with a little bit of warning. It says, a teacher should always draw close with the right hand and push away with the left hand. Meaning, the role of a teacher, psychologically, pedagogically, is that you have to make your students feel welcomed, draw them close, right? Like the right hand is just a little bit stronger. But at the same time, you have to maintain your distance. If you start drawing your students close with both hands, you could be up for a lawsuit. That's not okay. You don't draw them close with both hands. And at the same time, you should not push them away with both hands. That's also wrong. You have to have this kind of dual relationship. And the Talmud says, not like Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia, who was the rabbi of Jesus. Story goes like this. They were coming back from Egypt to Jerusalem. They stopped in a hotel. While they were in this hotel, there was a very nice innkeeper who treated them very, very nicely, a female innkeeper. They gave them nice room to sleep in and beautiful food and so on. And so Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia said to his student, he said, Kama na'a isha zo, which the word na'a can be translated a little bit differently. It can be translated as how beautiful is this woman, or how pleasant is this woman. Like na'im ma'od, we say in modern Hebrew, very pleasant to meet you. So Jesus, as the story goes in the Talmud, thought that his rabbi was saying, how beautiful is this woman? So he offers his opinion, and he says, no, her eyes are a little too round, right? Like, she could lose a few pounds. He says something like physical about her. And the rabbi is so upset, he says, is that what you're thinking about? And he pulls out 400 shofars. Rashi says this is clearly a hyperbolic statement, a guzma, but he pulls out 400 shofars and he puts Jesus. Jesus comes back several times asking to be forgiven. Please take me back. And every time the rabbi sends him away, until one day Jesus comes back and the Rebbe is in the middle of the Shema prayer, which is forbidden to interrupt. And so the Rebbe thinks to himself, you know what, all right, the kid's had enough. I'm going to bring him back. But since he's in the middle of the Shema, he can't interrupt. So he holds up one of his hands like this, as if to say, wait a minute, and I'll be with you. But once again, they have a terrible misinterpretation of communication, and Jesus thought he meant get away. And so Jesus says, that's it. Okay, fine. I'm starting my own religion. And away it went. Now, when you go back to the beginning of that Talmudic passage, it's very clear that the Talmudic text, which is not necessarily trying to teach us a historical fact, it's saying something about the relationship between the early church and Judaism that, it's a little bit of self-critical. Maybe we pushed with both hands. And if we were a little bit less, severe, perhaps things would have turned out differently. But interesting story. Let's go weiter, because we have to talk about Paul some more. So his great conversionary experience has become proverbial in English culture, English literature. While traveling on the road to Damascus, he receives a vision of Jesus. By the way, up until this point, he was a fanatical, self-described fanatical persecutor of Christians, and that at every turn he was, enforcing bans and trying very hard to get them to change their ways. It is quite ironic to note that of all the apostles, Paul was clearly the most influential, and he was the only one never to meet Jesus alive. So the only encounter he had with Jesus was here on the road to Damascus. Jesus appears to him in a vision. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know my New Testament that well. I think it was after Jesus was already crucified. I guess it was. So he's not only not there, he's not alive either, but he has this amazing encounter with Jesus. He is blinded for 3 days. He can't see. He gropes his way into Damascus, and there he is healed. And his life is completely dramatically changed on that road to Damascus. And he begins proselytizing